you. With the permission of the Honorable Dean, Faculty of Legal Studies of South Asian University, I hereby begin today's proceedings. I formally welcome Honorable President Madam, Honorable Dean, Faculty of Legal Studies, South Asian University, Honorable Distinguished Chairs and Panelists, Honorable Madam, Sirs, colleagues, my friends and dear students. I welcome you all on the occasion of Human Rights Day on behalf of the Honorable Dean, Faculty of Legal Studies, South Asian University, and on my behalf. All of you are well acquainted why we have assembled today. The year 2015, this year I mean, is a remarkable year. This year Magna Carta has completed 800 years of its existence, whereas today UDHR, that is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, has completed 7 years of its peregrination in the direction of preserving, promoting and protecting international human rights norms. UDHR today has fossilized the majesty of human rights in human psyche. Today UDHR is the modern baseline to measure our commitments to human rights. Rest of the things would also be shared by distinguished panelists. So since I have been teaching this particular subject, so majority of the views, I mean a bulk of views, we have already interacted in our respective classes. So I right now request Honorable Madam President to take the reins of further proceedings, and I request her to deliver welcome address to the guest and to begin the formal proceedings of the seminar. Thank you.
I'm very grateful to Professor Tyagi that he has invited me to come this morning. We had an interesting conversation, the result of which is that I am here with you at 11 in the morning. But welcome very much to SAU. I love to see people from other universities come to the South Asian University. We are still a young university and it feels good when people come here. This morning, it's a pleasure and a privilege to have with us Professor Oomen. He and I have worked quite long and hard in the library committee of the India International Center. And it was a pleasure to have him there, as it is to have him here. And we have a very distinguished panel, Professor Afzal Wani from GGIP, Professor Manoj Kumar Sinha, and Professor YSR Murthy from Professor Sinha is the Director, Indian Law Institute, and Professor Murthy is the Registrar at the O.P. Jindal Global University. I think, Raj, you can actually take over this university. We seem to be full of O.P. Jindal University here.
That's right. I also feel that.
Isn't it so?
Both the Vice Chancellor and the Registrar.
Both Vice Chancellor, Registrar, no, the afternoon panel is also full of O.P. Jindal University. But what a lovely university you have made. It was a pleasure to be there the other day. And how well you are doing there. Now, I'm that odd creature who did law very late in my life. I did law. I did 2 degrees in
literature.
I did literature. That's why I'm telling you I'm that very odd creature that I did law 81 to 84. I was at the Delhi University, the Campus Law Center. And that was a result of my having fought with my university for 10 long years, and I used to be totally literature. So I had no idea what used to go on in the law course, which I'm sure most lawyers also have no idea. Having experienced law courts on my pulses now, I think most lawyers there also have no idea what's going on in the law courts. It's one date after the other date, and a stay seems to mean a final situation in the judgment and orders. But yeah, I not only did law from Delhi University, I did a master's in law also, Professor. Yeah, and I had no intention of actually coming back to teaching literature. I was all set. I enrolled in the bar. I was all set to start my practice. And then my husband got posted to Vietnam as ambassador, and I had 2 little children, and I said one parent can't be in Vietnam and the other in the law course. What will happen to the children? So I won my case and I went back to Hindu college. So that is how I did my law. Anyway, but law and literature actually go very well. And I think the two things relevant I did in my life, I guess literature gives you a breadth of vision, but was studying law. It gave me a huge clarity because I didn't just study law to practice. I studied law to understand law. And studying law and learning some Sanskrit in order to translate the Gita. So the two things that I brought clarity and peace into my life were these two. And it's a real pleasure that you are celebrating the Human Rights Day, which is, to my mind, if you don't mind my taking 2 minutes of your time, it's a great adventure. It's a very idealistic adventure. It's born out of misery, squalor. I actually approach it a lot from the side of literature and see how it developed. Inequity, exploitation, cruelty. It's born out of feudal domination, tyranny. We can't forget Auschwitz. I have personally visited Auschwitz. I have visited the Tilslung Museum, which was ironically an educational institute turned into a torture chamber with a huge stack of skulls outside and array of passport-size photographs of all those who were tortured and killed. It's a chilling experience. Only country in the world where we got notices, circulars saying another mass grave has been discovered. Please come and attend at 9 in the morning. So this kind of tyranny, complete vacuum of ethics, and so human rights was born to seek human dignity. Material, social, and psychological. However, there was a huge amount of cruelty preceding it. The 2 world wars had happened. And what did it give rise to? As I said, I mix my law and literature. What it gave rise to is existentialism. Just this moment I exist, that's all. Existentialism. It gave rise to the theatre of the absurd. It gave rise to a theatre of cruelty. And law students who are here would do well to have a look at the very depressing, morbid literature that followed, that was a precursor to the end of the war and followed the war. Life seemed to have lost its meaning and purpose, and it led to plays like Waiting for Godot. If you get a chance to see Waiting for Godot, more than reading it, please see it. When you read it, you kind of get tired of it. And when Waiting for Godot was opened, it was damned by the critics. But when it was staged in a prison, the prisoners loved it. And so started a journey of Waiting for Godot. It led to Camus' Myth of Sisyphus. I don't know how many of you have read Myth of Sisyphus, which is based on the Greek Sisyphus, who rolls his barrel up a hill every day, only to let it go, and it rolls down. And again he starts rolling it up. And Camus' purpose was to say that our lives are like that of Sisyphus. Every day we roll a barrel which comes down. So what led to this despair was the unimaginable cruelty, where all the ethics of war were broken. And it led people like Beckett, Ionesco, all the absurdist writers to ask that if man has lost all values, if life has lost all values, why should we live? Why do we not commit suicide? And he gave the example of people going to work. Instead, in the bus in the morning, you see everyone facing one side. In the evening, you see everyone facing the opposite side. And this is the journey of a human life. And so it led to the Declaration of Human Rights on the 10th of December of 1948, But I would also like to give you a little bit of what I understand. I could be wrong in it. The history of getting, and Professor Oman is the best expert on that, when Hamlet said, "What a wonderful piece of work is man." It's a movement that started from the Reformation, Renaissance, when God, so as to speak, was dethroned and man was enthroned and became the center of all activity. So we moved on from there to the age of reason, to the establishment of the science, to Bacon's rationalism, Hobbes, Locke, Rousseau, which brings me to the French Revolution of liberty, equality, and fraternity, with a chilling reminder that when the mob takes over, the guillotine works overtime. So there are no clear-cut divisions that people in power will be cruel and people outside of power will not be cruel. In fact, experience has shown us, whether in Africa, whether else, mainly I've read African novels and their representation of what happens, that when dictator is overthrown, then those who come in his place become even more autocratic and dictatorial. And that's in the very nature of a revolution, because you say in a nutshell, "Doodh ki nadiyan bahengi," which is not quite true, because it cannot really happen. And so we need to take our rights, to my mind, with a little bit of caution. It cannot become a totally rights discourse. Otherwise, we are doomed to same kind of cruelty that happened when there was no rights discourse and there was only a domination of man by man. And because this rights discourse has led to many things, of course, prepared over centuries, but led to the American freedom. It led to abolition of slavery. It led to starting of women's rights. It led to the trade union movement. It led to labor laws, mass education. From even school education was elite. It turned into a right for everybody else. But this was also the time of colonization, indentured labor. And this too finally has given way to decolonization. However, that is not the end of the story. Inequalities developed between the affluent north and the poor south, and it has led also, and I would like to add that word of caution, to an education system which is posited on a model of development which was the European development, model of development, which America also took over and we accepted as a right, as the only mode of development. And to talk of David Orr's myths of education, he says, it is this education system and the model of development that we have taken that has ruined everything worth living for. So we today are talking of odd numbers and even numbers in our driving. We have no air to breathe, no water to drink, no forest, no anything that you can even live by. It had led to a belief in rationality that once human beings become reasonable and knowledgeable, they will become good. That is not true. In fact, if I go back to Radhakrishnan's one of his convocation addresses, he said, "I fear the devil, but I fear the educated devil even more." So education can lead to a lot of other things if we are not careful about our ethical values. It has led to a belief that we can restore what we have destroyed, which is not true. It has led to the belief that we are at the acme of our knowledge, which is also not true. It has led to the belief that we can manage planet Earth, which is not true. It has led to the belief that ignorance is a solvable problem. And so you have this frenetic looking at the internet and a neurotic feeling that, oh, all this knowledge is, how am I going to absorb all this? How am I going to take all this? But ignorance is not a solvable problem. In fact, the more you know about something, the less you know about everything else. So the areas of ignorance have actually increased, not decreased. and this debate between the generalist and the specialist will go on. So what I'm really trying to say is that we have today regional conflicts, use of weapons of mass destruction. As I told you, Vietnam, I have lived in Vietnam, I have traveled in Vietnam, I have crawled into those tunnels, I have met a woman, yes I have. I was very privileged to also meet General Giap, and I have met a girl who was born in a tunnel and spent the first 9 years of her life in a tunnel. We have also, but it's amazing that country after 30 years of war had 100% literacy. They ran schools in the tunnels while the bombs were falling on them. In fact, the Americans put bombs at the mouth of the tunnel when they realized that they couldn't get hold of them. I have seen huge tracts of land completely devastated and nothing can grow there. Children who have got born with diseases because of this carpet bombing that took place there. We have the greatest human migration ever in the 20th century, refugees, war migrations, internal strife, including our own partition. It was almost like a Holocaust, although we do not look at it like that. So rights discourse alone will lead to this, unless the duties are also looked at. So while you are looking at the rights, I hope you will also look at the corresponding duties that were a part of a constitutional amendment during Mrs. Gandhi's time. And the sense of societal and social responsibility that must carry on with the rights discourse. You are all students of jurisprudence and know much better than me. Every right has a corresponding duty. Every privilege has a corresponding responsibility. And remember, we live, was it yesterday, day before, Professor Gohar Rizvi once again reminded us what I always say. We live in the poorest part of the world. South Asia is the poorest part of the world, with the largest number of young people, with the largest poverty, largest amount of illiteracy. So, at least South Asian University, we need to look, when we say a regional consciousness, we need to be conscious of that. And that is why on my way down I was asking Dr. Ahmed that gradually we should start inviting on Rights Day people from South Asian countries, because it's an important day to remind ourselves that we have rights and duties both. With these few words, I welcome all of you, and I hope we are going to have a wonderful, wonderful discussion. Thank you very much.
Now I request, thank you, President Madam, you have rightly pointed out a relationship between law and literature. You have also mentioned French Revolution, Trinity, what we have got out of this particular revolution that has really shaped the subsequent making of the constitutions. And you have also touched upon the regional and global dimensions and paradigms, how to preserve human values, and what has been the discourse about Asian values, because the Asian jurisprudence on rights, that is not on rights, rather it is a duty-based jurisprudence. And let us move on from here. Once again, I am very thankful to Madam President. Now I request Honorable Professor T.K. Uman, Professor Emeritus of Sociology from Jawaharlal Nehru University. And he is having, almost 30 pages, CV, and that will take a lot of time. And I am a very small person to measure or to map his, achievements, positions, whatever he has contributed in the enlargement as well as in the upliftment of the sociological ideas. Not only the sociological ideas, but his ideas have immensely contributed in uplifting the society, and that has been a model because he has been there in and out of the government's committees where he has also worked a lot. So without going into the nitty-gritty of details of his achievements, I hand over the reins to Professor T.K. Uman to chair this ensuing session on international human rights. Thank you very much.
Kavita Sharma and friends. If I start taking names, more than half will be covered. There are too many distinguished people here, so I will not waste your time on that. I stand before you with some amount of trepidation because the topic is of human rights and you are all experts on that, and I'm a mere sociologist. So what could I say to you? Very little. But if you have seen the program which is distributed, I ought to have started speaking to you at 11 o'clock and should have concluded at 11:20. Thus viewed, my speech has gone into history. And here is an effort to revive it. I will try to be as brief as possible. I think Mr. Ahmed already reminded us, this year is the 800th year of Magna Carta, which is usually conceived as the harbinger of fundamental rights and liberties. And I hope, as students of law, you would know that King John at Runnymede was believed to have signed the document in 1215 AD. There is some controversy surrounding it. And this is available in a book by D.A. Carpenter, The Reign of Henry III, published in 1996. But that should not detain us here. The point I want to make is King John did not sign the document on his own volition, but he was forced to sign. There was a violation there of human rights in the sense that he was forced to sign the charter by the revolting barons, which is to say that Magna Carta, viewed in that sense, is not a product of a democratic process. It happened because of coercion. Thus conceived the rights discourse as a democratic process or a people's project started only in the 17th century. And I will try to give you a very, very brief history, capsule of the evolution of rights before we really come to human rights. The first right to be enunciated and put into practice was the civil rights, as you all know. That happened in the 17th century. And civil rights essentially meant liberty of persons, freedom of speech, thought and faith, the right to own property, the right to conclude valid contracts, and the right to justice. But as is very evident, civil rights were not universal in that for the poor, some of these were irrelevant. If I am poor, how can civil rights be very relevant to me? It's not. It was a pro-rich, if you want to use the popular term, a pro-bourgeois set of rights, civil rights. Later it has been brought into the universal context and application. Then came the political rights, which emerged in the 18th century, and that was the right of franchise, access to public office. There was a time that some people, because of their birth in some categories, could not ever occupy public office and, of course, cast their votes. However, even this political rights in the beginning was not a universal right in the sense that only the male, in fact the tax-paying male, could have the right to vote. So the vast majority of human beings could not enjoy political rights, which we all take for granted today, that the right to vote. Then came economic rights, and that emerged in the 19th century, by which time capitalism became a world phenomenon, and the socialist demand for the welfare of the poor start emerging. And I believe that the institution of welfare state which emerged in capitalist democracies was partly to counter the socialist regime. And therefore, a set of rights have been given mainly for the poor, the labor, those who are below the poverty line, as we say these days. Now, the 20th century actually saw the consolidation of the rights in Europe, civil, political, and economic. And these rights became common, gradually spread to the rest of the world. I want to make 3 points, very short points at this juncture. One, the first 2 rights, civil and political rights, were individual rights. And the third is a group right, that of the lower class. And mainly, this was given based on the material standing of these people, the lower class people. And these rights emerged, and the second point is, these rights emerged and crystallized in the nation states where political and cultural boundaries were coterminous. So, the European nation states invariably have a situation where political and cultural boundaries are coterminous. And thirdly, in the case of individual rights, the state is expected to interfere, be it in the freedom, is not expected to interfere, be it in the freedom of speech or worship, production and exchange of goods, voluntary association of the people, etc. In contrast, and that is the significant point, the third right is one in which the state has to interfere. Suppose I want to give a scholarship in this university, and if that happens to be a merit cum means scholarship, we will ask the president of the university, through the appropriate agency, will ask, please produce your income certificate. That income certificate is an indication of making that which is private a public thing. Now, if I am a rich person and not asking for scholarship, you won't ask me to produce a certificate. But the administering agency, authority, should have some proof that their decision is correct, and therefore they will ask for a certification. The point, therefore, is these rights are not on the same level. It has their own specificities. The first 2 I said are individual, and the third is collective rights. Now, insofar as there was coterminality between cultural and political boundaries, things were manageable. But then emerged what is called a third world. I'm trying to give you my interpretation of the need for human rights. When the third world emerged, there was no nation state there. Look at the United States of America, Australia, New Zealand, which actually constituted the New World. In the New World, there were no nations, as we understand in Europe. What we have had was a groups of people coming from different parts of the world. And there were the indigenous people who were referred to as red Americans or natives. And then there were people who came as colonizers, the whites, and then the blacks who were brought in as slaves, and then later the yellows and the browns, I mean the Chinese and the South Asian people who came there. So we had a collage of people. We didn't have nations there. So how do we deal with this situation? And therefore, the need for human rights arose. My argument is, 2 conceptual innovations were necessitated in the new world as against the old world being the world of nation states or national states. Which are these conceptual innovations? One, the idea of multicultural or multiracial societies. And that was required because of deterritorialization of race, religion, and language. Before that also there was deterritorialization, but the turbulence of migration, as we understand it today, did not arise. And if you know a little bit of statistics, you will find a large number of Europeans have been deterritorialized because of the emergence of colonialism and the rest. So, in the nation states of Europe, citizenship was granted on the basis of membership of the nation. There are three different varieties. I don't have the time and you don't have the patience, therefore I will not go into it. There are three ideal type citizenship nationality relationship. I will not touch on that. In the New World, as I said a moment ago, there were no nation states, but only multiracial and multicultural states. And the idea of multicultural citizenship emerged for the first time in Canada, as you will all know, and not in the United States of America. And the second conceptual innovation was that nation states emerged through a process of national self-determination. Now, you cannot have national self-determination if there are no nations. So, which would be the national entity in the United States of America, for example? There were, if you go to the United States, and I'm sure most of you might have gone there, you are always a hyphenated person. You are an Irish American, an Asian American, an African American. But we are not like that in India. I don't say that I'm a Kerala Indian. I'm an Indian, full stop. So look at your linguistic background, or as I call it, national background. It's quite different. So in the United States of America, you have a situation where this hyphenation came in. And then, more importantly, the American Indians, or the Australian tribals or aborigines, or even the natives of Latin America, were completely marginalized. If I say so, if I take an example from our own situation, it would be like our Adivasis, and many people will contest this. Therefore, at the moment, I will not go into it. Adivasis claim that they are the first settlers, but with 8% population, 80 million people, where they are in the firmament of Indian national state, you all know. So, national self-determination simply meant, in the case of America or in the New World, cutting the umbilical cord between the colonizing mother countries and their colonies. I think Lerner once said it is slaying the father. It's your own people who went there, and you are asking for American War of Independence is what? Asking the Queen to concede freedom, or Australia, wherever it is. So, there was no nation in the New World to which citizenship rights could be lashed on. Thus arose the idea of human rights, which is an entitlement to all residents in the territory of a state. You need not be a national. If you are a German, well, you are a German national automatically. Because of that, you become a German citizen. But if you know the situation, if you are a Turk, and if you are there for umpteen number of years, for generations they are there is no hope of becoming a German citizen. But somebody who has migrated to, some Germans who have migrated to Peru, coming back after 170 years and say, I am a German, I have German blood, instantly you are a citizen. You see the problematic. No such situation existed in the case of the New World. So, this is very, very crucial. What was the rationale? What was the compelling reason for human rights to emerge? Is the question that you must examine, because as students or experts of human rights, you should know the prehistory of human rights. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948 by the United Nations should be studied, should be situated in this context. Citizenship rights are always formulated by nation states, national states, multinational states, that is states. But the Declaration of Human Rights have been formulated and of course declared, announced by supranational organizations, not by national organizations. Now, the two covenants, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, reinforce the already existing individual rights. And secondly, the International Covenant of Economic, Social and Cultural Rights only reinforced the group rights based on economic condition of the poor, but also introduced the group rights based on social and cultural condition of groups. So I made the distinction between individual rights and group rights, and in a way you can see the same phenomenon enveloping human rights. One set of human rights are individual rights, another set of human rights are collective rights. Now I will not go any further, but to say one more point, because let me say, when I was originally, this is a deviation, President Kavita Sharma, when my good friend Professor Tyagi invited me, he said, "We want to honor you." Who doesn't want to be honored? I accepted readily. Then he said, "You come and speak." Finally, when the program came, he said, "You come and chair." So I have a speech with me, but I don't have the time to deliver. Anyway, I'm in a contrary, as it were. I only want to conclude by saying that when all these rights are there, the rights are not coping with the developments that are taking place. Dr. Sharma referred to some of these, if you have followed her very carefully. Ensuring rights, making legislations are necessary but not sufficient. But now what I am trying to say is there is a huge deficit even in the very formulation of rights. You have referred to Vietnam, isn't it? That's a very interesting case. You know, the Vietnam War has provided a situation which led to what I call ecocide. Earlier we had two other sides. Of course, one side is genocide, all of you know. But I have coined a term to refer to certain kinds of violations which I call culturocide. Systematic destruction of cultures of minorities, weaker groups, etc. So I now argue very frequently that if you want to have a society in which human rights are really accomplished in all its manifestations, you should avoid three sides: CIDES, genocide, culturocide and ecocide. But if you look at the corpus of rights that you have formulated, although occasionally people talk about environmental rights, I don't think there is any serious discussion as of now on ecological rights. So the two covenants encapsulates a set of rights which is either individual-based rights or group-anchored rights. But when you talk about the ecological right, of course all of us are involved, both as individuals and as groups. And I don't know whether there is much serious discussion about ecological rights as a human right. And since I am, as I confessed already, I am an illiterate in this area, and since you are all experts, I am only providing you an agenda to do research for some years to come. So unless in today's world, with reckless production and application of technology is taking place, the nature is destroyed in spite of little economic development. The disparity that this development is bringing about. So the idea of ecological rights will have to be seen in the comprehensive context. To conclude, I refer to the native people. Again, it will be contested, I know, because India is no more happy with Aryan advent. It is now talking about the return of the Aryans. You all know all this. Now, ecological rights, a simple item called displacement because of development. We in this country are 8% Adivasis, according to the Indian census. But 60% of the people who are replaced, displaced, and not even properly rehabilitated because of the so-called development process are the Adivasis. So, total percentage 8. Total displacees 60. So, when I talk about ecological rights, certainly it's a very important thing to concentrate on Adivasis. And Adivasis also have their own rights. Long ago, our friend, whom you all know, Bakshi, wrote about the state legal system and also the religious legal systems. Once in a conversation, I told him, there is also the folk legal system, the people's law. You may not like it. It may have its own deficits, but you need to grapple with it. And that's why those kinds of laws. Similarly, you have to think very seriously about the importance of ecological rights in this time where we are all sold to the idea of reckless development and deployment of technology, which leads to a lot of problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. You have really agitated our juridical proclivities as a student of law by providing a very, very important agenda. The entire nation states are confronted with this agenda also, that is also having some interdisciplinary approaches. Now I move on to another important segment of our today's journey. Before I proceed further, let me extend a very standing ovation to our very dignified and very honorable professor, Vice Chancellor of OP Global Jindal University and his all colleagues. I'm talking of Professor C. Rajkumar. Welcome, sir. Sir. Now I request Professor Afzal Wani Saab. He is Dean Faculty of Law of IP University, Delhi. He has also served many institutions in the country. He started his journey as a learned law teacher from Kashmir University. Thereafter, he moved to Aligarh Muslim University, where from he joined Indian Law Institute, and now he is heading, I think, third time or second time as a dean in this present institution, that is the IP University. He's also been there associated with many of the governmental institutions, including Law Commission of India. And he has also published more than 80 articles in national and international journals. Now I request Professor Wani to come over here and benefit us from his learned comments. So,
President of the session and President of the University, Honorable Dean, and we have Director Indian Law Institute also with us, and Vice Chancellor of OP Jindal University, Professor Hegde, my other very dear colleagues and dear students. It's Human Rights Day today, and we can talk of the human rights movement, the history, what happened after adoption of this Universal Declaration of Human Rights, what was around, what happened later on. I think much has been covered by other speakers, and given the time, I have decided that I take one aspect that will be relevant to a celebration. I've seen people talking of human rights law, politics of human rights, jurisprudence of human rights, and many other things. But I believe that people generally do not talk of human rights conscientiousness. How people will understand something if they are not developed conscientiousness about that? How can we expect the enforcement of a law, rights, or a policy if there does not exist that conscientiousness? I have a question in front of me that I am now exceeding 50 years of my age, and where I stand, how could Swami Vivekananda do everything in 29 and 39 years. Where is the gap? Where is this nation of 1.25 billion together standing? And where is one Swami Vivekananda standing? Where is the gap? And what are you discussing? Is conscientiousness not relevant to academics? Is that not relevant to the discussions in the parliament? Is that not relevant to the international human rights commissions and councils? And then, if on the day of celebration we don't knock at the door of conscience and we don't tell to ourselves that here is something that we are lacking and here is that thing that can bring things into existence, here is something that must exist, and then only the goals of the human rights will be achieved. So I would stress to this nation and to this subcontinent that this is not the poorest, as somebody has commented, because economic and material wealth is not the measure to measure the richness of a region or a nation. It is the conscientiousness of the people of the region, of the people of the place, and their sensitivities which can make them rich, because it is the idea and conscientiousness that is monitoring and creating wealth. It is not the other thing that's very important. And if it is other thing that leads to devastation, that leads to destruction, and that's why we find even after so many decades of adoption of the Human Rights Declaration, when the mantle is in the hands of the people who have supported the adoption of the Declaration of Human Rights, they are carrying the power, they are carrying the richness, so-called, as you are saying. Why is this there bloodshed everywhere in the world? Because that conscientiousness is lacking, and there is a need that this very rich subcontinent should again get back to Lord Buddha, Lord Rama, Lord Krishna, Khaja Garib Nawaz, Nanak, and then tell to the world that here is the source of conscientiousness and we are with it, and therefore we are showing a different light and we are giving you the real understanding of the things. We are preparing ourselves to be equal to another person. In the first very article of Universal Declaration of Human Rights, first thing is that you talk of dignity, and the other thing is that you are assuring this dignity to another person. See the first article there. And then if you have not developed that psyche, if this is not your culture, if this is not your understanding, how can you think of promoting all these things? Then you are with a sword at your back, and you are only projecting the beautiful things, and then when you come to the surface, then you are cutting at another person that way. So my dear students and the younger generation of this South Asia, please see and look to the things from a different perspective, and there you ask a question to yourselves every moment, that how much you have yourselves developed to be equal to another, to assure dignity to another person, to assure good health to another person, to assure healthy environment to another person, and then see that what the world can be, and then come back and read all these instruments, Bill of Rights, that rights together, and what you understand out of it. And then you talk to the dignities staying in the commissions and other places, and then you will, I believe that you will write then different stories, then you will write different texts, and your examination system will be different. You will be testing your student at a different level. I am very sorry, I would have given some more content, but I have to attend a NAC meeting in National Law University, Delhi. So since being on their governing bodies, I have to be there with these words. I believe that that is sufficient for the moment. I will not say I have said little, I would say I have said much. And please think on it, read in this context, and see, change the world, change your mind, and see what is happening. Thank you. And if there is any question, immediately 1 or 2, 3, I would like to answer. Yes, please.
Sir, you said about we have to take the human rights of Lord Rama, Krishna, and Buddha and other things. But I have a problem with mythological figures. You said they were real, but I don't think they were existed. And if you see the Ramayana, what Rama done to Sambhuga was the most human rights violation of this. You cannot take Lord Rama as an example for human rights. Thank you.
See, my response to this will be that if you take any of the personalities right from day one up to this day, you can have many interpretations of the things. I would like to see that what was in the mind of Lord Ram when he opted to be away from palace and not to stick to it, that no, I want to stick to it. There can be many controversial things, but the thing is, since I want to build my conscience, for that I will find the bricks which I need. I will not go for the bricks, there is lot in the desert. I pick up only Kohinoor and another gem and jewel. I don't collect all other things. So, since I have to build my own castle, from this history I can find many things. Let me collect only all those bricks and stones and gems of which I can build my own castle. So there is enough to support this thing and that thing. Then I would say, if I would say something is reflected in Lord Buddha, India never invaded Japan or Mongolia. Then who did cross or take the idea of Lord Buddha across all these borders there? It must have appealed somebody there. And that's why if anything is said about Muhammad, for example, then I would say, no, I like his treaty with the people, first treaty with people of Medina. He set a condition to the people of Medina, I shall come to your land only if you accept 4 things. 1, you will not worship human gods. Number 2, you will not steal. Number 3, you will not commit rape. Number 4, you will not commit female in this infanticide. I will take this part of it and see that greatest champion of gender justice and human rights, out of 4 clauses in the treaty, 2 were related to women. So I select from the history only those important kinds of materials of which I can build the castle of my choice. So that is what the innocent gentleman has to do now. I have not to depend on what Pandit is saying and what Maulvi is saying and what others are saying. I see that what I find there, and I think that must have been the best. All other things must have crept into the history, and that's why we find that these things have been attributed to these great men. Please, any other thing?
Yeah, any other question?
Just supporting, going here. I think here the question should not be
Sir, he is our learned colleague, Dr. Stalina Jolly.
Okay.
whether mythological characters are real or not. Okay, there can be obviously debate on whether Rama existed or the entire aspect of Mahabharata, but we should actually concentrate on the essence of it. Even if it is not real, there is an essence which is located, right? Okay, I am not debating on the other interpretation. Yes, there is a Ramayana written even from the point of view of Ravana's point of view. And some of them points out that, okay, he is one of the main proponent, in fact, initial proponents of gender justice in that sense that, okay, he has never even touched Sita without her consent. Yes, but even if you take that Ravana's interpretation also, that points out to a particular aspects of certain rights. So I think rather than debating on whether mythology is real or not, we can obviously take the essence, whether it is from Nanak or whatever the religion. So
I think that's good, and we should do it. That let us see that we are the people coming with a clean slate, and we pick up these things and we have to project these things, adopt them and go ahead. Then if you have to do politics on it, what was he, what he did, what that one, we are not going to build our castle on that thing. We are having, I said, the castle of our own choice. And then why I am referring to it, I will give only one reason. See, I am a lawman. I always ask a question to myself that why there is that kind of difficulty in enforcing the laws. Because law is not to be enforced by an angel. If we believe that there is an angel to ask the sun to rise in the morning at a particular moment of time, and it will do it. But human being is there. Human being has to follow the law, enforce the law. Why he is not doing it? But I have seen the law enforcement best where the law has become the part of the psyche of a particular person. He takes, when he was in famine of Bengal, he opted to die but not eat cow flesh, no? Because that had become the part of his conscience. And I want that better part of it becomes the part of your conscience, and we understand, we make the human rights a part of our conscience and then accordingly proceed ahead, and you will find that there will be definitely a better enforcement of human rights. There cannot be any person, any society, any state that will succeed without developing that kind of collective consciousness about something. So thank you. Sometime, some other time, I promise I'll come and we'll have more discussions. Let it be heated, hot and overheated. But this time, God bless you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Professor Wani, for enlightening us and really, making us very sensitive to the idea of human rights culture based on human rights consciousness. Without wasting much time, let me invite Honorable Professor Manoj Kumar Sinha Sahab, Director, Indian Law Institute, to provide us his remarkable, contributions, whatever he has contributed as of now to the, journey, to this particular journey of human rights. Sir, please, sir.
So when I received a call from Dr. Nafis that he has planned to organize a Human Rights Day on 10 December, and he wanted me to give a topic of like what I'll prefer to speak. So immediately it occurred to me, and I said human rights challenges in 21st century I'll speak. And later on I started organizing my thought, what I should speak and share with all of you. What are the challenges for the human rights? And it's a big challenge for me also in a limited time to finish what challenges I have identified. So I'll come to that later. But the moment I entered in the room, I realized that major challenge to the human rights, because most of the human rights treaties are adopted in month of December. It's in winter time. And because of the winter, large participation is less everywhere. So gradually it's a peak. So I noticed the large number, and I have noted also today that when treaties are adopted, in fact 10 December human rights like Universal Declaration, 9 December Genocide Convention, 9 December it's like Corruption Convention. Then you have also on the 10 December International Covenant and optional protocol to the International Covenant, 16 December. So all things are in December, and then people are sitting in New York or Geneva somewhere drafting the treaty in December adopted, and it's become very difficult for all of us to come and gather and celebrate Human Rights Day. So that's a big challenge for the university and the students. So that I have realized. Then another important couple of points which I have in the mind, because already thought-provoking speech by Professor Wani, so I want to cool down that. So what I have identified, I will speak about the enforcement challenges. Before I come to the enforcement issues, I have identified in the 21st century, beginning of the 21st century, what are the instruments international community has adopted in field of the human rights. So as I said, like the first is, I feel, optional protocol to Convention Against Torture in 2000. So that was the first. Then optional protocol to CRC, two protocols if you remember, like one dealing with the sale of children and another is armed conflict. That is also in the 2000, May 2000. Then Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, that is the another milestone, was adopted in 2006. Then Enforced Disappearances Convention, that is also in 2006. Then Transnational Crimes 2000, Protocol to Transnational Crimes, that is in 2000, and most important, the optional protocol to International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights on the occasion of the 60 years of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights on 10 December 2008. So these are the important instruments were adopted in beginning of the 21st century and continued. And one most important, which was just before 20th, end of the 20th century, that is the adoption of the Rome Statute on 17 July 1998. However, it entered into force in the beginning of 21st centuries. And then Millennium Development Goals. So everybody has realized We have series of human rights instruments. We have lot of human rights instruments, but the problem is remain as it is. We fail to address the real challenges which posed by the we international communities, our people are facing. So a thought has gone. People have realized that the real challenge is poverty, and poverty cannot be eradicated by the individual state. It's a collective responsibility of all states, and we all have to work together to eradicate the world poverty from the earth planet. And in that direction, the first time it's in very good manner, the international community has realized we have to work together, and poverty is the major challenge. And then you have witnessed that adoption of the Millennium Development Goals, which more or less incorporate economic, social and other developmental rights in the and then last in 2014 again it has been reviewed, and post-development human rights agenda has been adopted, which has 17 SDG, from MDG now SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, and it has 17 goals. So these are the developments we have on the 21st century. To come back to the enforcement part, and which I will take you to the national perspective. I will not go to the international perspective. The first, there are three persons which we are commonly linked for one particular reason, and that is the strengthening of national human rights institution. And in this connection, the founder member, if I call, Mr. Murthy is also there. That's a government appointed. He was the first person who brought us in the human rights movement, particularly me, and I believe also to Rajkumar in the human rights. When he started as a information officer in 93-94, so Human Rights Commission came into existence in India in 93, and Murthy was the very beginning in the National Human Rights Commission, and it continued for many years. In why I said about National Human Rights Commission, if I remember correctly, then chairperson, he has wrote to all the universities. Rajkumar, if you remember, he wrote to all the universities, UGC also, Rangnath Mishra ji, to introduce human rights education in the university undergraduate level as well as the postgraduate level. So there was idea a full-fledged course on the human rights. Unfortunately, it has not taken shape. We have a couple of universities like Nafis has done, Aligarh Muslim University, Banaras Hindu University, Indian Society of International Law. And if it has taken some development, it's because of the people like Professor Tyagi, wherever. So he educated many students in the human rights, Professor Mani and other teachers. So individual level, states have failed. The idea which was immediately taken by the National Human Rights Commission in the beginning, they realized that promotion, dissemination is most important thing, and this tool has to be used through the university education system, which has not taken effectively till date. So that challenge is still there. Then another important is, we keep on hearing and discussing about the judgments of the Supreme Court. You feel very happy and you say, court has given landmark. But many times we fail to locate whether those decisions are implemented. What are the problems in implementation of their decision? And it takes me back to the very important judgment, and which sir has also, about the citizenship. Citizenship is a big issue, and many of you may be aware regarding the real challenge which Chakmas are facing in the Arunachal Pradesh. And that was the concern about the citizenship. In 1996, National Human Rights Commission filed a writ petition against the state of Arunachal Pradesh, and Supreme Court of India has issued amendments and requested these Chakmas, they are the third and fourth generation Chakmas. And according to the Citizenship Act of India 1955, it was not amended till 1986. Till 1986 situation had changed. So prior to 1986, from 1958 to 5 to 86, those who have born in India, automatically irrespective of the status of their parents, whether they have entered legally or illegally, they are entitled to become Indian citizen. But somehow this has not taken place, and Supreme Court took note in 1996 in this case, given a direction, asked the district collector, because that procedure has to be followed, and grant the citizenship. Now again, just I read yesterday, in 2015, again some organization filed a petition ki court, the direction given by the court in 1996, there are more than 5,000 applications have been turned down and it has not been followed up. So that is the problem. So decision in 1996, 2000, still it has not been implemented effectively. Then another important judgment is related with the DK Basu versus state of West Bengal. So this is a series of cases. So recently in the month of July 2000, and you might have seen also in the Times of India it covered, in 2015, Honorable Justice Thakur, he delivered a judgment and he said there are 5 or 6 states, 4 states from the northeastern states, and Delhi also is not having state human rights commission. So he suggested that within 6 months, so I am following that. So from July 15 this decision has been delivered, December, but within 6 months, so with strict direction, within 6 months these are like some northeastern states and Delhi should have a state human rights commission. Most of the states have done except this. And also he has suggested, that is the section 30 of the National Human Rights Commission Act talks about the establishment of the human rights court. But what we are witnessing, the academicians have a role to take these decisions. Nothing has been done even in the case of, so December is now 6 months is completing, and I don't think any initiative has been taken by the Delhi government and other governments in the northeastern states for the establishment of a state human rights commission, which is based on the direction of the Supreme Court of India. So what is required, a follow-up action is also required in that particular direction. There are a lot of issues which we have and which sir, madam has also identified, that is regarding the response of the international community, whether the crisis which we are currently going through, whether these human rights are sufficient to take care or not. We see the crisis in Libya, we are witnessing the crisis in the Syria. This cannot be tackled by the Human Rights Council or Commission on Human Rights in the past and international human rights instrument. It requires more collective response and quick response by the international community, particularly from the United Nations and Security Council. Somehow it has been not effective in the case of the Libya, and we have seen that has led to the large number of movement of people. The first time after the end of the Second World War, large number of movement of people from Syria seeking a safe haven, and they are just still every day you feel in the news migration, forced migration in huge number taking place. So response of the international community is not very effective in these cases. So there are a series of challenges. Just to end, one question, point Professor Oommen has mentioned about the international instruments, particularly for the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and you see how politics play a very important role, even by those who are supposed to implement or ensure the implementation of the specific treaty. So I mean that Human Rights Committee, which is the monitoring body, has a responsibility to see that states are implementing the treaty effectively. And in this connection, as sir had said, in the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, it consists of both sets of rights, individual rights and collective rights. Okay, so first right, that right to self-determination, it talks about the peoples have a right to determine their political status and pursue economic, social and cultural goals. So it represents Article 1 common to the ICCPR and ICSR. It talks about collective rights. And when the first or second, there are a couple of complaints received, Human Rights Committee received in 1984-85 related with the Article 1, they were in dilemma whether they should take the right to self-determination. They also realized that the moment we enter in this domain, there is a problem, state response will be very harsh and they will not take it lightly. Gradually, Human Rights Committee has come to the conclusion. They said after a couple of hearings, they said, no, for us, our jurisdiction begins from the Article 6, that is right to life, individual rights. So Article 1 so deliberately they have left the collective rights, and since then they interpret with the Article 6. They agree with the other two rights, collective right, like freedom of association, that is Article 25, and Article 27 is right to minorities. If they are clubbed, Article 1 clubbed with the 25 and Article 1 clubbed with the Article 27, Human Rights Committee is entertaining matter, but exclusive Article 1, they said we have no jurisdiction. So what we see in challenging the implementation of the human rights, there are many issues, and these issues can be resolved, discussed, if in the next treaty, if it's adopted in sometime in May or June, will be more effective. And I wish that under the able guidance of Professor Tyagi and our colleagues here, that we'll have this kind of discussion where we can share our thought and see how we can promote and disseminate human rights on our own level. With this, I thank you very much for patient hearing. Thank you.
Much, Professor Sinha. You have rightly identified the enforcement of human rights dimensions, and you have also talked on a topic on which I have submitted my PhD thesis, that is international refugee law. Particularly, I dealt with plights of Chakma refugees, and they are still languishing, and they are, facing many problems under this particular, national law as well as international law. Now I move on to another important speaker, that is Professor Y.S. Murthy. Professor Y.S. Murthy has served in the National Human Rights Commission of India in various capacities at its different stages, and he has also provided lot of research and logistical support to the working and functioning of National Human Rights Commission. He has also represented India in the Durban Conference in 2001 on racism and related intolerance. He has also, edited Annual Journal of International Human Rights Law Commission for over 5 years and its monthly newsletter over for 3 years. He was responsible for more than 30 publications of the Commission on diverse aspects of human rights, and he has also published a number of books and articles. He has immensely contributed in the promotion, protection, and preservation of human values and human rights. Now I invite, with the permission of the chair, please come over here and deliver your talk. Thank you.
Professor Woman and Professor Tyagi, two legends whom I really admire and who have inspired me a great deal, and Professor Raj, faculty members of South Asian University, and dear students. I want to extend my warm greetings on the occasion of the Human Rights Day. I'm going to structure my presentation in 3 parts. The first is about the context. I'll briefly deal with the context, and then explain the role of NHRIs, and also propose to outline the challenges that NHRIs face. Dr. Nafees referred to the 800th anniversary of Magna Carta and 67th anniversary of UDHR. If I may add, today the international community is going to commence 50th anniversary of the 2 founding covenants, one on ICCPR and the other on ICESCR, and the UN is going to have a year-long observance of these 2 foundational documents or treaties. Today we have over 100 legally binding and non-binding standards which are there in the international human rights law, and they are the rules which all governments are supposed to follow, observe, and yet if you see the contemporary situation, there are serious challenges. Dr. Manoj referred to the poverty and related inequalities. There are serious challenges on development front, and if you see, discrimination persists across the world. Discrimination, be it on the grounds of race, religion, place of origin, and other prohibited grounds. In fact, racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance has been on the rise at the international community. And I just want to briefly outline some of the other key challenges. For instance, if you take the core human rights protection issues, torture is a right to be free from torture is a non-derogable right, be it in times of war or be it in times of peace, and no country can derogate from this right. Yet torture is systematically practiced across more than 120 countries of the world. And in fact, there are widespread abuses and there are, large-scale atrocities still mark the contemporary situation. In the last 1 year alone, there have been refugee flows across national borders on account of various issues. And in fact, the summary executions, arbitrary detention, and the human rights defenders still face serious challenges across the world. And so these are extremely important key human rights issues. The counter-terrorism efforts which are been undertaken by many countries have also brought in their wake a number of challenges. So this, in a brief, is a context in which we are, in fact, living. On the one hand, the human rights standards have evolved. On the other hand, the human rights violations also keep occurring, and it's a strange paradox. In fact, one learned jurist has said the only thing that is universal is the universal violation of human rights. And so now, where do NHRIs fit into this context? In fact, what is the framework behind the NHRIs? In 1991, Paris Principles were discussed, and they were later on adopted by the UN General Assembly. They talk about the guidelines for the national human rights institutions. And if you see the 1993 Vienna World Conference on Human Rights, a declaration and a program of action were adopted at the end of the World Conference. And there was a clear reference to the need to establish and strengthen national human rights institutions in the Vienna Declaration and Program of Action. And recently, about some 6 years back, the Human Rights Council also adopted a declaration on institution building. It provides a big role for national human rights institutions, be it in the universal periodic review process and other issues. So this is the legal framework governing NHRIs. Today, over 100 countries have established national human rights institutions, and they have a unique role. They translate universally recognized human rights standards at the national level, and they have a varied role. They have a protection, promotion role, and they have a responsibility to spread human rights culture, Dr. Sinha referred to the human rights education. In addition, they have a responsibility to review laws, constitutional safeguards, international treaties, and recommend measures. So they are supposed to work on several legs for the protection and promotion of human rights. If you see the national human rights protection system, they occupy a pivotal role. In fact, they form a bridge between government on the one hand and the civil society on the other. They keep submitting reports to the parliaments, and several countries in the South Asian region have also established NHRIs, India being one of the earliest ones. There is an NHRC in Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. The Pakistan has adopted a legislation for establishment of the National Human Rights Institution. Now, the NHRIs are expected to work as a catalyst wherever there are human rights challenges. They are supposed to sensitize various government agencies and then catalyze action in order to address these challenges, and that way they act as a facilitators in promoting a good and humane governance. Now, let me come to some of the challenges. Have they been performing their role as protectors? Are they mere pretenders? In fact, while I was preparing the topic for this talk, a thought occurred to me that I should talk about this National Human Rights Commission of India, and a very provocative topic came to my mind. Does NHRC exist? Where is it? Because this is a question that, for instance, in these days of intolerance, there's a debate on intolerance going on. Has it taken a public stand? Has it spelled out its stance? A lot of people are returning awards to the, and there are serious concerns expressed about intolerance. So, but then I thought I must, tone down my this thing, because it's very easy to run down institutions. It's because some of these institutions have been able to create awareness. Take for instance NHRC India. It has reviewed more than 30 legislations, and it has introduced human rights education from school level to the university level, and it has catalyzed action. It's monitoring, let's say, elimination of bonded labor, child labor, and it is complementing the Supreme Court of India and as a swifter, more decentralized or a faster grievance redressal mechanism. And so what are the certain difficulties with regard to the NHRIs? And what are the parameters for assessing their effectiveness? Does a strong statute, is it enough? Or do you need a strong team at the helm of affairs in NHRC? Or does a lot of budget make NHRC an effective body, or a lot of staff make it an effective body? What then are the parameters for assessing the effectiveness or evaluating the performance of a National Human Rights Commission? In fact, a body with a strong statute, but when you appoint weak person to it, it will be an ineffective one. Without much statute, without a for example, we have examples in the contemporary world where institution with a weak statute and provided the right persons, competent persons are appointed to the at the helm of affairs, they have been able to produce wonders. For instance, Komnas HAM in Indonesia, with a weak statute, has been able to make a lot of interesting achievements. Now, I have referred to the NHRC India. Now, a couple of observations. What are the problems with the NHRC India? Like the Paris Principles require that NHRIs must be autonomous, independent. First, let me take up the issue of appointment of chairperson and members. Sometimes there are serious questions raised on the manner of appointments. For instance, Mr. Arun Jaitley and Sushma Swaraj, when they were leaders of opposition, had given dissenting notes on the appointment of certain members on the ground that they did not have sufficient experience in human rights matters, or their appointment, there are better candidates. Right now, there is a vacancy of a chairperson in the National Human Rights Commission of India, which has been vacant for the past 6 months. And there is a vacancy of a member of a commission, which has been vacant for the past 1.5 years. And what is the consequence for the protection of human rights? Say, there are single member benches, there are division benches. The non-appointment or these vacancies lead to delays in disposal of complaints before the commission. And mind you, each complaint before the commission is a tale of human misery, human sorrow, etc. When you talk about NHRIs, if you see the Indian framework, in addition to NHRC India, then you have a National Commission for Women, National Commission for Minorities, National Commission for Scheduled Castes, Scheduled Tribes, and then you have a National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, and there is a Office of the Chief Commissioner for Persons with Disabilities, and then there's a National Safai Karamcharis. This, in a way, provides the administrative framework for the protection and promotion of human rights. Some of these bodies have their counterparts in the states as well. Now, are all these bodies effective, independent, autonomous? Do they discharge their mandate well? The answer is not. The answer is no. In fact, most of them are supposed to be watchdogs. A watchdog must not only bare its teeth but also bark and make a nuisance of itself. And particularly at the time when there are serious human rights challenges which are going on. For instance, many state governments have appointed or constituted State Human Rights Commission just to ward off pressure from the National Human Rights Commission, and thereafter they have been forgotten. Either people have not been appointed to the State Human Rights Commission, or they have not been given sufficient funds and infrastructure to carry out their mandate. And quite often, people with no experience in human rights issues get appointed to these bodies. One can only imagine what will be the consequence of such appointments. You take the Protection of Human Rights Act, under which the National Human Rights Commission of India was constituted. There is a chairperson who has to be a former Chief Justice of India. There is a member who has to be a former Chief Judge of the Supreme Court of India. Then one member has to be a former Chief Justice of a High Court. And then two members who have knowledge or experience in human rights. And if you see the practice of the Government of India over the last 1.5 decades, people from Indian Foreign Service, Indian Police Service get appointed to this post of two members who are supposed to have knowledge and experience in human rights. Does it mean that the rest of the civil society has no knowledge or experience, or is it the knowledge, experience is the sole repository of this retired IPS, IFS officers? It's a serious travesty, and very often these appointments are done in a non-transparent manner. One doesn't know. In fact, these vacancies should be advertised. Their qualifications for becoming a member should be spelled out, and the persons who are being considered by the committee should be known, so that people can commit whether they are fit or not fit for holding these very, very sensitive posts. Now let me refer to a couple of other challenges with regard to the functioning of these institutions, which affect the very legitimacy and credibility of these bodies. Under the Protection of Human Rights Act, the National Human Rights Commission is supposed to submit an annual report along with its recommendation to the Government of India. And the Government of India is also expected to submit an action taken report on the recommendation, explaining the action taken, and in case if it is not acting in accordance with the recommendation, give the reasons for non-acceptance. If you see, these are not submitted in a timely manner, and there are huge delays on the part of the executive in tabling these reports before the Parliament, and hardly any debate takes place in the Parliament on the recommendations of the Human Rights Commission. And the action taken reports are again, it's a joke. In fact, they can be called action not taken reports. The government for every recommendation says, it's a federal setup, we are not responsible, the state governments have to take action. Law and order is a state subject. And look, like if you see systematically the reports submitted by the National Commission for Minorities, National Commission for Scheduled Castes, and many other commissions, they do not see the light of the day, or most recommendations, the action taken on the report by the government are a crude joke, and there's hardly any follow-up thereon by the commissions. I want to quickly refer to two other issues. Treaty monitoring process. There is a role for NHRIs to feed in. There's a role for NHRIs to feed into the Universal Periodic Review. In the last Universal Periodic Review, NHRC India gave a wonderful report, a very critical one. But its record with regard to other treaties is not very inspiring. It is supposed to submit an alternate report or a shadow report, and which can be distinct from the Government of India state report. And thus many NHRIs, though given a chance by the treaty monitoring bodies, do not seize these opportunities, do not push their recommendations, and so there's a lot of scope for them to utilize this treaty monitoring process. I'll just touch one more issue that's about the human rights awareness. The National Human Rights Commission of Bangladesh conducted a baseline survey among across the various households. More than 50% of the people surveyed did not hear the term human rights. And those who heard the term human rights, 18% of them could not explain what the term meant. So it's a very, very serious matter. This whole region, there are significant levels of neo-literacy or illiteracy, and in that context, NHRIs have a great role in spreading knowledge about the constitutional safeguards, legislative safeguards. Now, if you see and evaluate, I did a study of the NHRCs of South Asian region with regard to the human rights awareness, and I came out with some interesting findings. I find that there is a distinct English bias in the materials which they bring out. Not many materials in native languages. If you need to spread the message of human rights across the length and breadth of the country, every nook and corner, to every person, be it rich or poor, you cannot have materials only in English. You look at their websites, they are not accessible to persons with disabilities. There are no materials available in Braille, no sign language interpreters in these commissions. There are no materials available in long print, and they do not make sufficient use of the social media. And for it to be an effective body, National Human Rights Commission has to monitor human rights, it has to protect, promote, and walk on several legs. And there are huge public expectations on these bodies, and only enlightened citizenry, enlightened action by civil society, academics, etc., can put really pressure and shake some of these institutions from their current state. In fact, a few years back, there was a non-governmental organization in Delhi which has been highlighting the issue of silicosis. It is like, inhalation of a silica dust for people who are living around quartz mines, and the moment the silica dust goes into the lungs, there's no cure. The migrant laborers may go back to their respective states, and then there's a certain death. There's no medical. So that NGO came with a complaint to the commission, and for several years it was on and on. Then one day he brought a huge lock. He said, I want to lock up the National Human Rights Commission. So it really shook the commission from slumber. So my ultimate this thing, I have outlined the context, I have outlined the role of NHRIs, and I have outlined the challenges. The only vigilant action by all groups can, see that the slogans like all human rights for all, which was coined by UN a few years back. In fact, today, some civil and political rights are not available to people in certain countries. Certain economic, social, cultural rights are not available to certain countries. All human rights are for all, dignity and justice for all. They are mere slogans, but they need to be, translated into reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Modi. You have really enlightened us by highlighting the challenges of human rights. Now, with the permission of the chair, now the session is open for questions and answers. Whatever the comments, observations you are having, please ask questions. Though we are having only one speaker left over here, but there are many experts of human rights, particularly our Honorable Dean, Faculty of Legal Studies, Professor Tyagi sir is also here. So we are going to attend your questions now. So the only format is that please first of all introduce yourself, right? And thereafter ask question. Thank you. Yeah.
So it is a free for all, in the sense that anybody can ask question and anybody can answer question. Yes.
Professor Romain, my name is Sai Ramani Garimella. I'm a faculty member here. Sir, I have actually cited your research also, and some of the research papers that I have written, I've actually referred to your work, which was a critique of M.N. Srinivasa's work. Right. So, as somebody who has actually read your work for some time now, so I was a little taken aback by the kind of hyphenation comment that you have made, because I thought that hyphenation, to say that it happens in America is a very, very simplistic way of saying it, because hyphenation happens right now here in India. Hyphenation is so much a part of our personality that today there are some people who are actually trying to, equate it with celebrating multiple identities. So I really don't know why is it that we are, trying to blacken the idea of hyphenation. I'm not what should I say? I'm not having a different opinion as to the fundamental premise that you are saying, but then I feel we as a culture are more hyphenated to the extent that even if you look at the diaspora in the Western world, the Indian diaspora, in fact that word Indian diaspora today doesn't exist. There is a Gujarati diaspora, there is a Punjabi diaspora, and even my own, again I'm hyphenating my own presentation here. We have a Telugu association, which is again further divided on more hyphenated parameters. So when we can actually look at hyphenation as a method of celebrating diversity in a pretty positive manner also. So I was just expecting you to comment. Thank you.
Since the question is to me, I hope you will permit me to answer that. I hope you will remember the context in which I said that. I was trying to draw a distinction between nation states on the one hand, like in Germany. You normally speaking don't say I am a dash German or a German dash. I am a German. Where the amount of homogeneity among the citizens is so high. Every German speaks the German language, although there are variations when it comes to religious denominations. By and large, they are all Christians. Whereas, if you go to United States of America, although the Germans are the largest ethnic group there are many other groups. There is no straight American, except that he is a citizen. It is in that context I said, I am not trying to decry it. I am living in Delhi more than 40 years. But even now, many people refer to me as a Madrasi. And if they are very fond of me, they will say Salam Madrasi. The point I'm trying to make is, it is a referral point. I was not trying to decry in any way. My first visit to Switzerland, I remember the day before the meeting there was a party and we were all introducing one another. One man said that I am a German Swiss. Another said I am an Italian Swiss. And the third person said I am a French Swiss. Now, fair enough. Then I asked, well, I have come across Germans, French and Italians. How about a Romansh? They didn't expect me to know that the native people were called Romansh. Nobody talks about a Romansh Swiss. The point I was trying to make was that when you have a visible, acceptable, non-stigmatized identity. In America, you are an Asian American. There is no stigma associated with it. That's an identity. But that phrase is somewhat irrelevant in what I call nation states, where homogenization is very high. Although the problem is both in Britain and in Spain. If you go to Britain, you have at least 3.5 nationalities rolled into one. The English speaking, the Scottish, the Welsh and the Irish, the Northern Ireland people, because there is an Irish Republic. But by and large, they would say we are British citizens. But the undercurrent is there. You know very well there are so much of problem when the Scottish National Party, I refer to one of my books there, was having a meeting, was talking in the Parliament. The leader said something and then the Scottish people don't speak English as the English-speaking people speak English. So they said, speak in English. He was speaking in English, but the people shouted and said, speak in English. I was some years ago participating in an international seminar on racism in JNU. And there was a British person who was there, and in our conversation I said, those days my elder son was studying in a university called Strathclyde in Scotland. I told him that my son is in Strathclyde these days. Immediately, oh, you should be very rich. I said, why? Because the Scottish people can't speak English, he may have an interpreter with him. You see what I mean? So this prejudices, we talk about India or Britain or Spain as if it's all very integrated homogeneous entities, which it is not. On the other hand, in the New World, I was making a contrast between the Old World and the New World, Old World Europe and New World. That identity is accepted and even shown around. That's the point. I was not trying to run it down. Yes. Yeah?
No, sorry, saying something. So he's.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon to all of you, sirs. And I am Ravi Ranjan Sahai from.
You can sit.
I am Ravi Ranjan Sahai from Department of LLM first year, Department of Legal Studies, South Asian University. Sir, first of all, I would like to make some statements like starting with Aristotle's popular proposition that man is a social animal. So a man devoid of social traits is just like an animal. Now, in Aristotelian sense, what is the social traits? So, Professor Afzal very rightly mentioned that there is a need of universal, collective, universally rationalized collective consciousness. If there is lacking, these things are lacking, then I think that human behavior is just like an animal. Sex, shelter and security, these are the animal behavior. These are common to animals also. So the question is that one thing is also I would like to mention that sir, you asked that mythological characters, about their relevance in the present scenario. They should be taken as to imbibe ethical moral, highly ethical moral character. They should not. They are not meant for developing religious bigotness. So talking about human rights. So, but human means rights that are required for a human being, rights which are only required for human beings, not for animals. So, question is that, sir, what is human being? Homo sapiens. There is a concept of Homo sapiens, means knowledgeable person. Now, again, if a person is devoid of this knowledge, he is also not deserving human rights. The question about is that what I mean to ask here about the relevance of capital punishment in the present scenario. There is a large hue and cry about on the part of human rights organizations that the capital punishment should be abolished. Now, my submission is that if deterrence would be totally eliminated from the popular criminal jurisprudence, then do you think that it would bring some sort of this collective consciousness about to differentiate between rights and wrongs? So these things are there.
Yes, yes. They will be debated till the end of humanity. Who is the other person? Yeah, please.
My question is, many times the entire human rights. My name is Prabhas Shankar. I am a faculty at the law faculty here. My question is, many times the entire human rights discourse is presented as if it is in conflict with the notion of economic development, or may I say economic growth. I am not using the term development, but a more narrower term, economic growth. And I am using economic growth because it is relatively easier to measure economic growth by simply looking at the rate at which the GDP of a country is growing. Now, I want to know from you or from any other expert on human rights, that is it not the case that many a times economic growth actually helps countries to realize a variety of human rights which they cannot realize in other situations? For example, if we take the Indian example, and if we take two legislations which have been enacted in recent times for the realization of human rights, one is the Right to Food, the National Food Security Act, and the National Rural Employment Guarantee Act. Now, I have a problem in whether these are the right methods to achieve human rights, but even if we assume that these are the right methods, the success of these mechanisms entirely depends on whether the state has adequate resources. And the state can have adequate resources only if its GDP grows. Now, whether that growth is through a capitalist model, through a socialist model, or through a mix of the two can be a separate issue for debate. But nobody can sort of say that the state will be able to devote those kind of resources till the state has those resources for which the state has to become richer. So I would like to understand that whether do we always have to put human rights and economic growth in conflict, or are they harmonious, and can economic growth actually help in realization of at least certain variety of human rights? Thank you.
Yes, one more question.
Hello, good morning everyone. My name is Dr. Matthew Simon from University of Hyderabad. I have two questions. First question is to Professor Y.S.R. Murthy, sir. To you. Professor Murthy, you mentioned in regard to the difficulties in the setting up of the State Human Rights Commission. Can you further highlight what are the difficulties in terms of disposing complaints at the state level, in terms of handling complaints, and what is the dispute mechanism which is in place? Or and related to that, the second question, is there a coordination between the national level and the state level human rights commissions, and how do they go about with their activities? That is one question to Professor Murthy, sir. And with Professor Raman, sir, I would like to ask a question which you have raised in your speech with regard to ecocide. Can you explore possibilities of how we can engage in the discourse of human rights the issue of environment, or how we can create more awareness in regard to environmental issues in the human rights discourse, or to make it that a common man can relate to, so that there is much more discussion on the human rights.
Thank you. You want to answer questions?
I would like to. Sir, I just wanted to ask you one question about the fact that as a lawyer and a law professor, we try to emphasize a lot in our human rights law teaching the importance of the normative framework of law and how it helps in enforcing and implementing human rights. And one of the things that we all lament about the fact, and including lawyers and sociologists, is the fact that the rhetoric of human rights has far greater distance with regard to implementation as opposed to recognition. Now, if you can reflect a little bit on, how does law help for a greater understanding of the sociology of human rights? As in, is there anything useful that law is doing in this? Because we have recognized the fact that there is a major implementation and enforcement problem. So the rhetorical value of human rights is in its normative recognition, but not its enforcement. And we also know that sociology plays a very important role with regard to determining potentially what constitutes human rights. But I would be very keen to understand from you as to why, what does law play? I mean, does it even help sociologists to have a better perspective of human rights? And Murthy, to you, you have worked in NHRC for a long time, and you gave a very rather grim picture of the situation of NHRC's present and potentially in the future. Now, what I'm really I would like you to reflect is the fact that institutions are hugely dependent upon leadership and as well as individual ability to transform them. And should we be assessing NHRCs like how the US Supreme Court used to be assessed about in the context of the Warren Court? So NHRC had people like Venkat Chalaya and J.S. Verma at a point of time when it had a particular type of legitimacy and credibility. And if it is about leadership, then is it possible that, maybe in the future, individual chairpersons can make the commission more relevant? And that takes me to a related point that maybe the whole framework of looking at NHRCs as a leadership-based institution is wrong, because we have then come to a stage where it will all depend upon a certain periods of time when individual officers and members and chairpersons are committed to human rights, and there are other times when they are not, and the institution pretty much sinks down. I mean, how do we develop a more sustainable institutional model? And it's more about design of institutions, because it's not just NHRC, it is Lokpal, it's CIC, it is CBC, it is CBI, it's a whole range of institutions. So in a way, the heart of the problem of NHRC is it institutional design.
Now, only two sinners are left here, me and Professor YSR Murthy. I mean, as speakers, others are clever people, they left. So it is incumbent on us to try to respond to some of the questions. Would you like to respond first, Professor Murthy, or would you permit me? And
No,
then,
please.
Whichever way, I have no
I
problem.
defer to you.
And how much time is available?
Plenty, sir.
You see, the young man there talked about human rights. No more. People are confining rights to humans. There's a whole lot of things written about animal rights. And there's a whole philosophy there. I have my own. I will tackle it from that point. The universe is consisted of at least three, if not more, distinct elements. One is inanimate elements. This is wood, rock. Now, to talk about the rights of the rock, R-O-C-K, seems to be somewhat clumsy, isn't it? Whereas, we have been told by scientists Bose and a number of others that plants have life. Of course, animals have life. So, wherever there is life, we have to think in terms of respecting that. So, on the one hand, you have mere inanimate objects. Then there are objects with life, which could be plant or animal. They may not be in a position to articulate their rights. A child can't also. An insane person can't also. But yet, we concede rights to them. So it is not simply a matter of articulation, but it's also a matter of others who can articulate, recognize this. And then, so material, then come inanimate objects, then objects with life, I included plant and animals. Then comes the human beings, you and I. We all are material, we are all made of cells. We all have life. But what is specific to human beings is a thing called culture. Now, it's very difficult to explain and go into this, but I'll use an example. Suppose you are a believer. Suppose you are a Hindu. You will think that Gangajal is sacred. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, it's a belief. But if you send Gangajal to the laboratory of the chemist, he will say, sir, this is H2O. The same thing is the pipe water, H2O. There is no material difference between ordinary water and sacred water or holy water. But there is a world of difference. You will keep the holy water separately, somewhere up, in order that when the grandma passes, you give 3 drops. What does it mean? So human beings have this peculiar ability to create symbol. That's the only distinction between animals and human beings. Human beings are endowed with culture, have the capacity to create symbols, and therefore they are of a different species. What I'm trying to suggest to you is that certainly animals, and a lot is written, there's a very interesting book, The Pelicans and Gods. I remember to have read it sometime. So there are people who argue, why is it all this talk about stray dogs in this country today? Why? Because they have life. And there is a twist here. The life of a human being is put above the life of a god. I'm sorry, of a dog. And therefore people say dogs should not be allowed to harm human beings. So first of all, let us accept that the universe consists of at least 3 elements. The human being certainly at the top, and then the animals or animate objects, and then the inanimate objects. We have to come to terms with it. But in a situation where even human rights are not properly attended to or respected, it's very difficult to argue for animal rights. That is a dilemma. But the dog discussion today in India is very, very interesting. Try to follow it from a human rights angle. Now, your question about economic growth versus human rights. I mean, I don't think anybody tries to juxtapose economic growth with human rights. But what is the concern? I have my statistics somewhere, but I don't have it here. If you go back in history, when in 18th century, roughly, the difference between the most developed country and the least developed country in per capita terms was 1:3. 1:3. And by the time colonialism was about to start, I think it became 1:26. Now, you have any idea? So a simple proposition is, higher the economic growth, deeper is the disparity. Viewed thus, there is an angle of human rights coming. See, all of us, or most of us are thinking in terms of BPLs. But then, what is a BPL? Below poverty line here is not the below poverty line in Britain or in France. It's quite different. So it is also a contextually defined index. There is no universal BPL. But what economists totally forget is, in India there are 2 other BPLs. I've been talking about it for some years, and I suspect I've even written about it. But I always say nobody reads what I write, except one person. Now this lady has read it, she has confessed. But generally speaking, and the people ask me, who is the person who reads it? Is it your wife? I said, no chance. Then who? The proofreader. Now, these days even the proofreader makes all kinds of mistakes, you know. So, there is a BPL, below the poverty line, but there is also a below power line. You know, the vast majority of Indians, I don't want to talk about others, so human beings are below the poverty line, as well as below the power line. Who has power? We all know what is happening. Mr. Murthy gave a fascinating account on human rights commissions. I'm largely in agreement with him. I also know some of the nuances happening there because of my association with them. Now, most of human beings feel that they don't matter. They have no power. Powerlessness is a great problem. So even if people, of course, bread is necessary, but you need more than bread. As a human being, not as an animal, as a human being. But in this great country, there is a third BPL, below pollution line. Is it not that one of your ministers confessed the other day that when she went to Gujarat, her caste was asked?
Yeah, Kumari Sharma.
Yes. Don't you know that when Jagajeevan Babu was the defense minister of this country, he went to, what is that place, Orissa?
Tirupati.
Not Tirupati. Orissa, Jagannath temple. And the Panda said, everybody knew him. Panda said, sir, thank you, you cannot enter the temple. Below pollution line. So as human beings, it's good, it's important to have economic upliftment. Basic needs have to be met. But there are other things. Dignity is very important. When as a minister or even as an ordinary human being, if I am a Dalit, I am told you cannot enter here, my dignity is compromised, it's affected. It's a matter of human rights. So, you have a poverty line, you have a power line, you have a pollution line. From a sociological point of view, that brings me to you. You cannot think in terms of only confining to one line. You have to take a comprehensive view. So nobody, I repeat, is juxtaposing economic development and human rights. But if economic development willy-nilly impacts on human rights, that ought to be a big concern. I made a fleeting reference to the displacement of tribals in this country. What is their problem or what is their sin? They are inhabiting those areas which are mineral rich. And therefore, in the name of development, I'm not saying that it should not happen. In the name of development, you go there and mine it, and then they are thrown out. Are you really rehabilitating them? Not as individuals, but as a group. No. There is no evidence to show that a plan for rehabilitation is in place before displacement takes place. So you have to see it again comprehensively. And that brings me, I'll come back to the question of Dr. Matthew. You know, I didn't have time because Professor Tyagi never wants to hear my voice. He always says, speak less. So, you see, until recently, economists have been talking about development, etc., without any concern for environment. But latterly, they also have started talking about sustainable development. How can you sustain development ignoring the environment? Again, it comes up with your issue. This will have to be seen comprehensively. So, if you talk in terms of sustainable development and environment, again in terms of the three elements that I've talked about, is a very vital part of it. Mother Earth cannot be destroyed and compromised with if you really want to have proper life. So it is in that context, ecological rights, which nobody is really talking about, the rights walas I'm saying. You're all talking about human rights. But human rights can only be sustained properly in an ecologically conducive situation. So, look at the Adivasis or tribals who have been displaced, and once upon a time when I used to travel by train, in some stations, you will see a lot of them who have been displaced will come begging. They are not beggars. Your development, the temples of modern India of Pandit Nehru, I'm not castigating him, but I'm trying to say, he himself has corrected his position later, but by the time engineers and bureaucrats and contractors have taken over, they latch on to temples of modern India and devastating the environment. So, you cannot think in terms of it's very difficult, it's a very loaded word, a proper development. And that is where social development comes more important rather than economic development. And if social development is your purpose, you will not or you cannot commit ecocide. Although ecocide has a different meaning in terms of its origin, that is a destruction of the enemy territory environment knowingly, as Americans did in Vietnam. But we don't use it, we do it everything in the name of development, and nobody objects to development. But the 3 Ds, displacement, disparity, and the kind of distress that people have because of development will have to be attended to. In sociology, we have a term latent function. Latent function is unanticipated consequences. We all know if you do this, these are the consequences, anticipated. But if you are a good analyst, you must also look at the unanticipated consequences. So, linking the two, if development is bringing about a lot of problem for the environment, then you must also argue for ecological rights in the rubric of human rights. Otherwise, the argument will remain incomplete. And finally, to you, Raj, you have raised a very, very interesting point. I have something to do with the law universities of this country, right from Bangalore, now both Calcutta and Hyderabad. I'm associated with them in different ways. One of the problems about teaching law, not only here, everywhere in the world, is that they do not necessarily recognize the capital importance of society. It is not like an engineering thing. See, engineer also should take into account the ecology, the available material in the vicinity, etc., etc. But law should concern itself centrally with society, because as it is said, law is meant for human beings, not the other way around. And if that be so, the manner in which laws have been evolved in the French context versus the British context, for example. Now, these were all anchored to the local customs. As they say, folkways. I think long ago an American sociologist by name Odom made a distinction between state ways and folkways. Law is a state way. It is a process where laws are formulated, intelligent people like you sit together, discuss, debate at a given point in time. When you pass an act, that happens that day. From that day, it is a law. Before that, there is no law dealing with it. But custom or folkway is different. It's a process of gradual evolution. Something happened, there was a problem, so you have to grapple with it. You think in terms of some arrangement. And that arrangement gradually becomes a custom, and that becomes folkways. Our problem in this country, and where sociology can be brought in, is the disjunction between state-ways and folkways. You are in Haryana, isn't it? I mean, physically speaking. Yes. I am also a Haryanvi. And I live in Gurgaon. You know this, what is that, caste?
Khap Panchayat.
Khap Panchayat. There is a lot of discussion about Khap Panchayat. Look, Khap Panchayat is much more ancient than the Republic of India. It has been there. I'm not defending it, please try to understand me. It has been there since eternity. Here is a group of people who sit together, a particular caste, their panchayat decide on certain things. Some other things are bad. For example, when two persons who did not know each other, some or other met, they did not know that they were in the prohibitory range in terms of marriage. This case has come in the newspaper. They get married, come home, then they realize that they are cousins. And then there were whole boycott. Or a lower caste, quote unquote lower, boy marrying an upper caste girl. There's whole lot of problem. So that is one side of it. But please also remember, the Ka Panchayat has prohibited dowry. How many of you know about it? Our parliament has acted against it. But are we really following it? Everybody takes fat dowry if it is available. But the Ka Panchayat long ago prohibited taking dowry. Nobody is talking about it. My point is, just like any other thing, there are positive and negative things. In society, there are both positive and negative things. And if an institution like Ka Panchayat, which is an organization of the people, instead of simply stigmatizing it, think in terms of selective retention and selective rejection. Retain those things which are positive, which are good. And their prohibition of dowry is in tune with our own law. We have done this long ago, if you remember, 61 or so. So, and this is again a process of educating. I mean, traditionally, if I belong to a village, I am not supposed to marry anybody from that village in North India. Now, but that is happening increasingly. And every girl in the village is my bahan. I can only marry outside the village. Things have changed. How do you grapple with it? In Andhra Pradesh, I don't know how many are from Andhra Pradesh, that's a very extreme example. There are 3 preferential marriages. 1, you can marry your maternal uncle's daughter. You can marry your paternal aunt's daughter. You can marry your elder sister's daughter.
Tamil Nadu.
No, Andhra Pradesh also. Tamil Nadu maybe.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Now, if I go into it, there is whole set of laws and rationalization customs behind it. Today, because each one of the persons whom you are married do not belong to your gotra, because that person is married outside. They have their own logic. So, rationality is also not a one type. The Western scientific positivist rationality is not the only rationality. There are other kinds of rationalities. And that's where law will have to play a role. We are simply lifting a set of rules or laws from that country or this country, from that organization or this organization. Is that law capable of growing on the indigenous soil? And that's where I always say that India is not a nation state. Many people will call me and tell me I am an anti-national. It doesn't matter. I argue that India is a national state. It's not a quibbling of words, because India has several nations. I think Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra and Punjab are nations minus sovereignty. Because in Europe it happened, thanks to the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648. It's not necessary that everybody should follow that. So, similarly, the Enlightenment idea. The Enlightenment idea, the year I forget, 17 something, said that each individual would have all the rights, universal rights, including human rights. At those days there was no human rights. Because, and they denied what is called group rights. Now in this country, we cannot deny group rights. If I am a tribal, if I am a Dalit, some of my disabilities, not all my disabilities, arise from the fact that I am a member of that group. How can you deny that? Your all set of individually anchored rights cannot really deal with the issue of pollution, ritual pollution. You cannot deal as individuals when a group of persons are displaced in order to establish a steel factory. So there are need, the frontiers of law should be in tune with the essence of the society. And that is where I think, it's like any ideology, we try to apply Marxist ideology in India. Did we succeed? Now people are, my own good friends and colleagues and students now recognize caste as an element in the society, which nowhere else exists. Discrimination exists, but caste, no. And what is the importance? Caste discrimination is legitimized by our theology, our religious doctrines. And that's a problem. And that's different from racism. There is no purchase for racism in any religious text, but there is Manusmriti or any number of things. So my only contention there would be even human rights cannot be as universal as it is thought to be, because there are contextual variations of human rights. And we must discover our context. Our context simply means our society. And that's where I think Indian law, jurisprudence can make a very important role to the world human rights or jurisprudence. Because our society is very different. It cannot be analyzed in terms of the tools that are available in coming from any other society. Let us recognize that specificity. May I stop here now? Yes, Rasamurthy.
Your question on state human rights commissions, they are not subordinate to the National Human Rights Commission. Each of them is headed by a former Chief Justice of a High Court. And if you see the constitutional scheme of things, there's a union list, there's a state list, there's a concurrent list. All the matters that are in state list, the SHRCs have a purview over them. And the Protection of Human Rights Act was amended, whereby NHRC, if it wants to refer a complaint to the State Human Rights Commission, and if it feels that this is better, it can be better handled by a State Human Rights Commission, it can transmit the complaints to the SHRCs. But once in a year they meet and then they coordinate their efforts. But there can be greater coordination between NHRCs and SHRCs on the one hand, and NHRC and sister commissions at the national level. At the moment, there is a lot of duplication in efforts. For example, let's say women's issues, trafficking, can be a genuine matter of concern for the National Commission for Women as well as National Human Rights Commission. So that's why the need for coordination, synergies, and need to avoid duplication and pooling of resources. But there can be greater work or greater need for working in tandem by all the national institutions. With the NHRC can provide an umbrella framework for such a coordination. Raj, as regards to your institutional design issue, like the famous psychologist Sigmund Freud said, anatomy is destiny, and like the statute which is drafted, is constrains the commissions in many ways. For instance, if it defines human rights, and in the same as the right to life, liberty, and dignity, etc., and in the same act, it exempts the armed forces from certain, investigation, etc. It's like a congenital defect. So the institutional design is in the founding statute, and that's one of the major problems, like whether the founding statute is a wide one or a narrow one, and whether some groups are out of it. That's one. Second one is that I posed the question, like, how do you assess what are the parameters for assessing the effectiveness of a National Human Rights Commission? Does it like a lot of budget make an effective body, a lot of staff, or a great statute, or a great team at the top? In fact, ultimately, the people should have a confidence to approach it. Then NGOs should have the confidence to work with it. So these are all extremely important. And quite often we have seen how political appointees get appointed to these bodies with hardly any experience in human rights, and so that's how they take away the effectiveness of the human rights institutions. For instance, NHRC, that no woman member has been appointed since 2004. In many fact-finding situations, like let's say Gujarat riots, there are women victims, and there is a need for a pluralism in the composition, and so that's why the team matters a great deal, and leader matters a great deal, and along with the strong statute.
Stalina ma'am is willing to say something.
Just a simple question.
Take the mic, please.
It's in the context of rights and development here. You have rightly pointed out the debate is not about right versus development, but it's basically the disparity which the development brings. My question is in the context of environment. Basically, in economic theory, there is a point that they think that normally when somebody is poor, environmental consciousness is also less. So the theory says that as your income grows up, environmental consciousness also goes up. So this is, they think, one of the basic factors which is actually promotes environmental consciousness, your economical growth. So my question is that is the same factor which is applicable to human rights also, as your income and development or a growth of a nation goes, your human rights consciousness also grows up, or is there any difference in that?
See, your domain assumption that
this is based on the Kuznets curve of economic growth.
But then these are all being interrogated now. The assumption that if you are poor, you are materially poor. Your consciousness about your environment is less, and as you become rich, it will increase. It's a very contestable proposition. When this natural disasters take place, like tsunami or even earthquake, researchers have shown that there were the local people were very well aware of what is coming, and some of the things they could have contained, moderated, if only they were allowed to operate based on their consciousness and understanding of the environment. But that was not done. Science in the sense Western science, took over. With the result, the local knowledge, the folk wisdom has completely been relegated to the background. I will give you one example, because when the last tsunami took place, I gave a public lecture in IIC, and in that context I discovered this. There are a lot of people who are prawn cultivation. The prawn cultivation is a great destroyer of environment in the seashore. They take a space, and it has to be done in shallow waters, and destroy a lot of weeds. With the result, the shrimp industry is referred to by WHO as a rape and leave industry. It's WHO's term. You are raping the environment, the Mother Earth. It can only be sustained for a limited time, maybe a couple of years. Then you leave. With the result, the natural plants, weeds which are growing are all destroyed. And therefore, when the waves come, it comes and takes off the land. What I'm trying to say is, we should not underestimate the knowledge that is available with ordinary people. It may not be, as sophisticated as or as effective as some of the high-tech. There is a device called DART. I forget its expansion. DART is actually invented between Japanese and the United States of America. That can predict very minutely when the tsunami will come, how much area it will cover, etc., etc. But usually it is done deep sea. But what I have referred to, the shrimp industry, is something which is happening on the shore. We need both. So I am an advocate of technological pluralism. See, if we can have cultural pluralism, why don't we have technological pluralism? We don't need very highly sophisticated technology to make potato chips. I mean, you see in the advertisements these days, untouched by the hands, as if you touch by the hand something will go wrong. High technology. We don't need that. So, technological pluralism is a perspective which tries to combine both high technology as well as intermediate technology and traditional or low technology. Each one of this is relevant in a particular context. So, technological pluralism should not be misunderstood as rejecting high technology. We do need high technology in certain contexts, but we don't need high technology in every context. And it is this approach, ultimately, which will also, in my view, give you a proper perspective about economic development. So, it is not an either-or thing. I chair an institution called Schumacher Center for Development. Have you heard about Schumacher? Not the fellow who is playing football and met with an accident. What is playing? Because the other day I was in a meeting and I said I have to go. Motor racing, yes, he's a motor racer. I said I am going for a meeting at the Schumacher Center which I chair. Some young man, sir, I didn't know that you are such great interest in motor racing. I was referring to another Schumacher who wrote a beautiful book, Small is Beautiful. Have you heard about this? Small is Beautiful. He calls himself a Buddhist economist. So, there are a million things that we need to know and grapple with. So it is not only we need cultural pluralism, but you also need technological pluralism. Okay? Do you think I have convinced you? No. You have every right to hold on to your view, no problem, but think about it. Now, somebody should thank us. And what are we doing with these flowers? Three of them are left. I'm getting worried because Raj will have to carry all the flowers. Yes.
Well, it has been a very, very nice and very animated deliberations. But, any deliberation, any intellectual treat, any engagement of a high order cannot be completed or, said to be completed without our, Honorable Dean's interventions. Though I would be making a vote of thanks, formally I thank our Madam President, Professor T.K. Uman, Professor Abdulwani, Professor Manoj Kumar Sinha, and Professor Murthy. Or I, on behalf of myself and on behalf of the Faculty of Legal Studies, we are collectively very thankful that you have really benefited us. We feel ourselves being privileged among your company, and inshallah we would be continuing this tradition in future too. Now I invite our Honorable Dean, Professor Yogesh Kumar Tyagi ji, from the core of my heart, please we should give him a big applause, and we should request him that please provide your highly valuable interventions and observations on different takes whatever we have submitted today. Thank you. Sir.
Esteemed Elder Professor Common, my dear colleagues, eminent educationist Professor Rajkumar, very distinguished human rights institution builder Professor Murthy, my distinguished friends, students, ladies and gentlemen. Human Rights Day for me is more important than birthday, because I was really born on Human Rights Day as a human being. This day reminds you of what you are having and what others ought to have. This day is a day for realization of how rich you are. I sincerely believe that if we did not have human rights revolution, we would have been extremely poor. And if today we have a sense of dignity, it is because we have human rights. Not long ago, when Professor Oman was a child, he would tell you what the state of affairs was. He would tell you how vulnerable people were. If today everyone is strong, that strength comes from human rights. And we should celebrate this strength that we have, and that celebration cannot be complete unless we know that everyone has this strength. Having a discourse on human rights under the leadership of Professor Oman is an extraordinary privilege for anyone. You have seen how on every aspect he has something extraordinary to offer, whether it is economic growth, whether it is institution, whether it's development, environment. You could see a different person, a different mind, sharing with you something which you don't generally come across when you read at least law books. I deeply appreciate the question raised by my friend Professor Rajkumar about the relevance of law in the context of understanding of society, and profound response that came from Professor Oman about the limitations of law, the way law understands society, and how pluralism of a different kind. You heard of cultural pluralism. Today brought to you technological pluralism. And the kind of illustrations he gave you, they're not ordinary illustrations, they're profound illustrations. If you look into the details of those illustrations, you will come to know of how certain philosophies are imposed on society which are going to create big crises. He mentioned about potato chips. When you send a message that these chips are made without touching, without any human touch, that means they are pure. By this message, a different kind of imperialism is being imposed on society, and that imperialism is to knock out a large number of human beings from the process of development who are capable of manufacturing potato chips. You don't need a multinational corporation to manufacture potato chips. Same thing somebody will say about achar tomorrow. Untouched achar is more hygienic, and then I will lose the opportunity of distinguishing the achar made by my mother and others and enjoying the flavor of different kind, which is likely to happen if we go by high-tech oriented model of development. Professor Oman, I do not have words. I sincerely mean it, and I'm sharing the sentiments of everyone here, how scholarship can enrich human beings. I feel envy that I was not as fortunate as your students were. I wish I did not do law, or before I did law, I should have done sociology with you, and I would have understood law better. But today, and many other opportunities that, not many, but at least few opportunities that I had or will have, is going to at least give me a hope that the losses that we suffered by not engaging with you in classrooms or seminar rooms, to some extent we will recover from that loss by virtue of your blessings and intellectual enrichment. Yes, I promise you that I will honor you, but I wanted you to earn your honor today also. So, no preemptive strike. I wanted this house to believe that this honor is to the person who is evergreen in scholarship. Friends, you do not know who is Professor Oman. I so sincerely mean it. I also don't know what Professor Oman is, because I have not studied as much as I should have studied. glimpses that comes from him are just, they are not very little they are. I wish we had opportunity to learn more from him. You have the foremost social scientist of India chairing today's Human Rights Day. It's the happiest day of my life. And I can say with the same degree of confidence that I wish we have Human Rights Day of this kind every day. When we have Omens with us, we have Rajkumars with us, we have Murtis with us, we have Vanis with us, we have Sinhaj with us, we have audience, wonderful audience like you, who has real involvement in learning. It's not easy that at 1 o'clock you are here and not rushing for other better engagements. Sir, your presence here is inspiring. South Asian University is grateful to you. The South Asian community is grateful to you. We want you to be here more and more so that we can enrich our understanding of society and law. Now, the main reason I came here was not to say all these words, but to take a few minutes and invite my colleagues here to perform a wonderful job, that is to felicitate Professor Omen for his outstanding contribution in his life and inspiring effect on a very large number of people, not only in India, but in different parts of the world. Since this is South Asian University, I would like to make it a South Asian exercise. I would like a friend from Nepal to come forward. I would like a friend from Bangladesh to come forward. I would like a friend from Afghanistan to come forward. I would like a friend from Sri Lanka to come forward. And of course, I would like to invite my esteemed friend, Professor Rajkumar, to come forward. And we will felicitate Professor Omen with a small token of our affection. And then all of us, please, will give a standing ovation to him.
That girl from Sri Lanka?
Yeah, sure.
Come here.
Please.
Go over there.
From Sri Lanka.
So, thank you all. I am over.
Yeah, please take your seats just for a while. Now I invite all of you to a very sumptuous lunch outside this hall. Please join us for the lunch. And one more, submission is that immediately after taking lunch, we have to get back to the hall for the evening session. Thank you. Of Legal Studies, I hereby begin afternoon proceedings of our day-long engagement. I formally welcome once again Honorable Vice Chancellor of Global Jindal Law University, Honorable Distinguished Chairs and Panelists for this session, Honorable Sirs, Madams, colleagues, friends and dear students. Before I formally begin, I have a paragraph from one of my research papers. If I am allowed, I would like to recite some of the lines of that very paragraph, because that is exclusively on the contemporary circumstances in which the entire refugee flock is moving from one place to another. The resurgence of fundamentalism, extremism have presented a prescriptive functionalism wherein paradoxes of theoretical expositions and identity politics practices have shrunk the liberal space which do not resonate with accepted global standards of international refugee law and human rights. The human mobility is a state of inhuman reality propelled by the breakdown of public order, internal strife and civil war, ethnic cleansing, massive violations of human rights and genocide are increasing the cause of refugee movement. While human stability is a state of ideality which is driven by the institutional transcendentalism of peace and harmony in any geopolitical entity that rests at the universality of good governance, global citizenship and world hospitality. However, the confluence of constitutional calibrations and human constellations emanating from transcendental international refugee law consciousness. Though South Asia is considered to be a reservoir of diversity and multiculturalism since time immemorial, but unfortunately, socio-cultural and religion-driven forced human migration has become the fate of the region. Moreover, institutional constitutionalism, discourse on diversity, identity and multiculturalism have been disoriented by indoctrinating political misconception, politicization of diversity and transnationalization of cultural conflicts. Today, human mobility in South Asia operates in a socket of communal constructs to establish its efficacy in terms of old dialectics and parochial policy paradigms, which are reflected in the behavior of the governance institutions across the board and social structures and religious stratifications towards refugees. So this is what I wanted to, present before you for your feedback as well as to ponder over what should be done about these, issues. Now I move further. I formally invite Honorable Vice Chancellor of OP Global Jindal Law University. But before that, let me say a few words about this, great personality for a person particularly like me. Professor C. Rajkumar acquired his, education from Harvard Law University, particularly his School of Law. Then the University of Oxford he went, Faculty of Law of Delhi University and Loyola College, University of Madras. Professor Kumar, to his credit, earned a number of, scholarships and fellowships that has been, awarded by the University of Oxford, Harvard Law School, Harvard University, Loyola College, University of Madras, Monash University and Indiana University. He has also contributed as well as, earned many research grants, particularly funds from various educational and research institutions, foundations and intergovernmental organizations including City University of Hong Kong, Sumitomo Foundation, Tokyo, Japan and United Nations Development Program, that is UNDP. He passed his New York bar exam in 2001 and was admitted to the bar of the state of New York, USA as attorney and counselor at law in February 2002. He was also admitted to the Bar Council of Delhi, New Delhi, India in August 1997. He is also having the professional experience, and he is having immense teaching experience, and particularly for a student like me, his research publications are of vital importance. He has to his credit, he has having number of publications in reputable international journals, particularly American University International Law Review, Asia Pacific Law Review, Australian Journal of Asian Law, Columbia Journal of Law and Policy, Georgian Journal of International Law, Hong Kong Lawyer, Human Rights Quarterly, Indiana Journal of Global Legal Studies, Indian Journal of Criminology, Indian Journal of International Law, Indian Journal of Public Administration, Journal of International and Comparative Law, Journal of International Peace Research Institute, Journal of National Human Rights Commission, and so on and so forth. He has published many important books. As of now, he is having 120 publications, including books, articles in journals of international repute. He has also been citations, particularly he has been cited by many research scholars as well as the judicial bodies. He is having visiting appointments as well, visiting appointments in Australia, Japan, People's Republic of China and the United States of America. So if I keep on continue to cite his achievements, then I think the entire half of the session would not be suffice. So I beg and right now request Honorable Vice Chancellor, please come over here and the floor is yours. So give him a big loud of applause.
Thank you, Dr. Nafis. I'm thoroughly embarrassed by your very generous introduction, but thank you for all of that.
Privileged, sir.
Thank you, Professor Tyagi, my mentor, and somebody who I deeply respect for all his contribution to the field of scholarship in a number of areas. including his scholarship in the field of human rights itself. Let me ask you a question here. How many of you have had a chance to look at the work of Professor Yogesh Tyagi? You know, he published the most authoritative work on the functioning of the United Nations Human Rights Committee, which is like a 1,000-page book. How many of you have read that or seen it? Well, you should, more should be reading that.
We are also having we have also prescribed this in our...
He's very secretive about his academic work because most people, he's so humble about it and he doesn't want people to talk about it. But I would strongly encourage you to read that book. I mean, it was as part of his doctoral work, but I would strongly encourage you to read it because it's one of the most authoritative work in relation to the very functioning of the UN Human Rights Committee for such a long time, and very methodically. I mean, he has always made not just good the evil of any excellence, but phenomenal to be the evil of excellent too, or so enemy of excellence. So he took so long to write that book because he didn't want anything to be even slightly incomplete in that work. So again, we are very fortunate that we have scholars like him, and I'm really grateful to Professor Tyagi for inviting us here at the South Asian University at the Faculty of Legal Studies. So we are approximately 42 minutes late. This session was supposed to begin at 2 o'clock and it's now 2:42. We have 3 speakers in this session. So I intend to keep my introductory remarks very limited, and I want to tell my colleagues that I am not going to give a generous introduction like my colleague here about them. So we will save some time there. We really want to spend the last, say, 15-20 minutes for discussion, and we want to, in our best interest, in my own selfish interest, we would like to wind up the session at 4 o'clock. So we will keep it short. So the morning was absolutely great. I think Professor Oman as well as other speakers set the tone for the issues surrounding human rights. One of the things, what I will do is I'll just flag a few issues that I think would be the big issues of human rights in the years to come, and they will continue to shape. Of course, the big agenda for human rights is the rhetoric and the reality. I raised it briefly, and so for all of us who work in the field of human rights, we should be very conscious of this idea of what human rights represent and what human rights mean in all its settings. Here we have issues surrounding the legal enforcement to the sort of norm enforcement, but also the social expectations that human rights generate in our societies. I think being in a South Asian university, the issues surrounding human rights are far more pronounced in our countries, and I think there is a churning, and the churning is based upon the fact that the rhetorical foundations of human rights, including as represented in our own constitutions, we have a long way to go to even work towards enforcing some of these norms. I remember very well, I'll raise that issue, and I think this is one of the big issues of human rights. Professor Tyagi taught in Hong Kong, and I spent many years in Hong Kong before I moved to India, and in one of my stints in China, teaching at this China University of Political Science and Law, where I taught a course on human rights development and governance, which Professor Tyagi, after a couple of years later, also spent that month there. And I remember teaching this course in China, and this is a course on human rights development and governance. It is a course chosen by the Chinese faculty and the students, and I went and taught. Of course, when we talk about human rights in China, all of us have our own perceptions. So one of the things that I have come to believe much more strongly since I moved to India, and I think we can speak for South Asia, is the fact that we are steadfastly adherent to our democratic values. The fact that we are a democracy, the fact that we have right to vote, and we have opportunity to outvote governments empowered and create accountability. We are very proud of it, and jealously we safeguard it. And the moment we talk about China, we criticize the idea of undemocratic societies, the fact that Chinese people have not enough opportunities to engage with the government. And so one of the things which I have begun to ask more strongly here is the fact that yes, we do have a right to free speech here, and yes, we have a right to speak about things,
But one question as human rights scholars we need to ask is, are we being heard? And how long we can just celebrate the idea of being able to speak but without being sufficiently heard. And I think it's a rhetorical question, but the question also raises the issue of right to information, transparency, and the whole issue surrounding the accountability of government. And human rights discourse has begun to take that seriously, at least in the last decade. The second big challenge in relation to human rights is the continuing challenge posed to the civil and political rights agenda to the transformation of the economic and social and cultural rights agenda. The fact remains, and I would strongly encourage you to read one of the articles written by, but two articles will be good, one will be most important. This is an article published by the then executive director of the Human Rights Watch. Human Rights Watch is the leading organization in human rights, and basically it's Kenneth Roth is the author of the article, and what Kenneth has argued in that article is the fact that human rights, that's not my view, his view, I don't agree with that. His view is that civil and political rights, one of the good things about civil and political rights is the fact that you have a violation, you can see it and go after it and respond to it effectively. So Kenneth Roth, and Human Rights Watch is a very reputed organization, he's not opposed to the idea of economic and social and cultural rights. The idea that non-governmental organizations, human rights NGOs, are far more effective when it comes to enforcing civil and political rights. There's torture. We tell governments, don't do torture, stop torture. There is custodial violence, there is other things. He mentioned the case of Amnesty International too, that for a long time, Amnesty International had just one human rights agenda. That was it. Of course, over the years, the human rights discourse expanded. The point that he was trying to make is that NGOs don't have the sort of manageable standards to demonstrate and work towards fulfilling economic and social rights. It's one of the weaker links of human rights framework. And of course, there have been a number of criticism of that argument too. But I want to raise that to bring home the point. This issue that was raised several decades ago, the dichotomy of the civil and political rights and the economic and social and cultural rights, continue to dominate good part of the political discourse around the world. Of course, in the Indian context, through our constitution, through our courts, we have gone so far ahead, and I think there is a lot of inspiration that is happening in South Asia too about the Indian experience as well. But I think it's important to keep that in mind. The third aspect, which is another very important aspect, is the role of the state itself. I mean, the movement from vertical recognition of human rights to horizontal application of human rights, the idea of who are human rights being applicable against. I think, again, coming back to India and to some extent other parts of South Asia as well, the definition of state in Article 12 of the Constitution of India as to what constitutes state. And we know that the Indian experience has sort of moved beyond, in some ways recognizing that while the constitutional rights are enforced against the state, the fact remains that state is not the only violator of human rights. There are, and more so now, the role of multinational corporations, companies, business enterprises, and many other non-state actors have a huge impact on the lives of people, and that's in that sense, create violations of human rights. So, but then, does the current human rights mechanism, both domestic and internationally, does it have the wherewithal to respond to these huge range of human rights challenges posed by non-state actors? And here, non-state actors, not just terrorist organizations, but many other things. And obviously, we need to look at from the Ruggie principles, but also a whole range of issues surrounding multinational corporations and business enterprises as well. The fourth aspect, in my view, is this challenge of human rights from a standpoint of the actors involved. I think India is a very good example. Parts of South Asia are a very good example, as well as other parts of the world. The role of the civil society organizations in human rights. I think this discourse is going to take place even more significant in the decades to come, because both the established state and the recognized institutions in the form of courts and commissions are all being challenged in a very significant manner by the civil society organizations, including people's movements. I think we now, in this city, we have seen that and the role of the civil society in protecting and promoting human rights needs to be the historical role of it to be some sort of an ally with the courts and institutions is now moved beyond that, and they have occupied an important constituency in the human rights movement, and I don't think this is sufficiently recognized as well. And of course, my own sort of personal area of research in the surrounding development and human rights issues surrounding corruption continues to occupy a very significant part of the popular imagination about the impact of human rights. This study, I worked in this area, as it was mentioned. My earliest article on the intersection of corruption and human rights was published in 2002. It was 2002, and over the years I have worked a lot on it. But now, if you just Google corruption and human rights, you will find research on the intersection of corruption and human rights happening in over 50 countries in the world. Over 50 countries in the world, serious research and writing on the intersection of corruption and human rights. In 2000, during the time I wrote my Frontline article first and then the Columbia Journal of Asian Law article, there was not a single article on the subject. So you can imagine in 10 years the amount of, including the agreement, there has been a UN resolution on the intersection of corruption and human rights. The International Council for Human Rights Policy has published multiple reports on corruption and human rights. I'm trying to bring home the point that this issue of corruption and its impact on development and human rights has become a very major source of concern across the developing world. So, of course, there are so many. So the way we have planned this particular session is that there is no specific agenda that has been pre-formulated in which people are going to present. We've left it to the individual faculty members to do that. I will quickly introduce the three speakers. Professor Kathleen Modrowski, she is the founding dean of the Jindal School of Liberal Arts and Humanities. She is one of the renowned anthropologists, as well as somebody who works in the field of human rights. She spent good part of her academic career in the United States, but also in other parts of the world, including in France and parts of Africa. Her research and as well as writings are at the intersection of experiential learning, including in the field of human rights. I'm very grateful to her for having consented to come and speak at the session. The second speaker will be Professor Rashmi Raman, who is an assistant professor and assistant director of the Center for International Legal Studies at the Jindal Global Law School. Rashmi has worked in the International Criminal Tribunal, and of course, as her interest is primarily in the field of public international law. Then the third speaker will be Professor Yugang Goyal, who is an associate professor at the Jindal School of Liberal Arts and Humanities. Yugang works in the intersection of law and economics, but particularly interested in the field of environment and human rights, and he is going to speak about that topic today. So, without further ado, I would now call upon Professor Modrowski, and I would request each of the speakers to speak for not more than 15 minutes, which will give us 20 minutes for a discussion. Thank you.
Do you want me to go up there? Yeah, sure. It is as per your convenience. If you want here, I can press this one. Okay.
Let's see if you can hear me, right? Okay, thank you. I'm honored to be here. This is my first visit to your university. And let me just see, do all of you come from, are you all from a legal studies background? Yes? Raise, anyone from social sciences, liberal arts? Good, okay, then I'm going to speak to you from that direction so that this will give you a little idea of where the liberal arts and where social sciences really come in, why it's so important to have human rights brought into the curriculum of every university. As you've heard, I have a background in anthropology. I've worked since actually 1992 with the People's Decade for Human Rights Education, and that has taken me to quite a few different continents and countries, working with universities, working with students who were interested in that very area of what can non-governmental organizations, non-individuals do to really promote and realize human rights in their own countries, in their regions, at their universities. This was part of the Human Rights Cities movement, which has 25 human rights cities around the world, and I'm not going to go into detail about it. But what I would like to insist is that human rights education belongs in every university. If you read the mission and the vision of most universities, most of them will have a similar direction that they're taking. The idea is to prepare young men, young women for a role that will be engaged in solving, in looking at the most critical issues in the world today. It will also be one in which, now that no one can deny, no matter where you are, that we work in a global context. So another point is to be able to develop knowledge of the world around you, how these issues are played out, these critical issues are played out in different parts of the world, and develop a sense of empathy for people who are within your own country, within your own neighborhoods, and around the world to help solve these problems. Because while the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which we're celebrating today, began at a time, which you all know, that was really in the wake of the world wars, and which was the idea of the duty to protect, the duty to realize, the 30 articles of the Universal Declaration. A lot of the emphasis, most of the emphasis of that time was put on the state. And it was seen as the states would be the protectors, the states would usher in these societies to help them realize their human rights. At that time, in the 40s, Gandhi stood apart in the sense that he felt that the idea of this realization of a better world, and I'm not going to go into the very important discourse about Gandhi's position on human rights, but I will say that this emphasis placed on the duty of individuals is very important. And now this has become more and more significant. As the Vice Chancellor did mention, the role of civil society. And that role of civil society, if you can see historically, is becoming increasingly important. When we look at, since 1948, the elaboration of the different articles in the Universal Declaration, many of these elaborations have come about because of pressure from civil society. This is really important. I've been fortunate enough to be able to go to a couple of the forums on the environment, and some of the wisest and strongest positions have been taken by young people, people from environmental organizations who were pushing and pursuing the recognition that government needs to change, and looking at it from a very important worldview. So I'd like to look at how this can be done from the position of a university. I would not expect that the majority of students would be studying law or legal studies. However, what I've noticed, and what seems to be the case when you look at the various curriculums at universities, there is not a mention of human rights. This is not required in the courses. This is something that is really not touched upon. I see the difference when you speak to people, when you're working in the fields in a grassroots situation. You mention the word human rights, you start to work with people, have a training workshop of human rights in a village, no matter what part of the world. There is an expectation that the people themselves will be empowered, that human rights will be something of great value to them. I'm always surprised at the hopefulness of people on their part that their basic needs are going to be covered by human rights, almost as though it's some kind of a magic bullet, so to speak, that's going to solve the problems that are so preponderous in most parts of the world. On the other hand, when you speak to students about human rights, it is usually relegated to the experts. They do not consider themselves, for example, if they're in liberal arts programs, sociology, the arts, they do not consider themselves as principal actors in the realization of human rights. So this is what I see as a real flaw. Of course, there are certain universities that are highly politicized where everyone feels that it is their assumed duty to really become an activist in these areas. But I'd like to call to mind the fact that there was an important declaration, the United Nations in 1994, and then it was enacted in 1995, created the Universal decade of human rights education that lasted until 2005. And this continued. The idea behind this was every educational institution would include in the curriculum human rights education. And this has been further elaborated with successive plans of action. Some countries have mandated. The European Union has mandated quite effectively human rights education in the schools. I do not see evidence of this, and correct me if I'm wrong, in India. Certainly in the United States I don't either. But I'd also like to bring up the point that a very important document is the Maastricht Global Education Declaration of 2002. And I'll just read part of the opening statement to you. It states that the global education is education that opens people's eyes and minds to the realities of the global world and awakens them to building about a world of greater justice, equality, and human rights for all. It encompasses development education, human rights education, education for sustainability, education for peace, conflict prevention, and intercultural education. So it's a huge agenda. If we could only start to incorporate part of this in our universities, it would be a very important step forward because it would be the difference between, and I'm going to go into the definition of these two terms, education and learning. There is a big distinction to be made between education and learning. Education is often a co-opted term. It swings with the political atmosphere. It often is a top-down, context-ridden form of learning in which it is driven not by reflection, not by critical inquiry, but often by having the student learn a certain body of material without really having any practical application to it, without really encouraging questioning of what is being learned. And in that sense, it remains sequestered in this body of canonic knowledge, but doesn't go much further than that. Certainly, human rights education is more important than having some education than having none at all. The other term that really has entered into the vocabulary now, it was first used extensively by Betty Reardon at Columbia University, who's founded the Peace Studies Center. It's very popular in the universities in Latin America and is the bridge between popular education, that's grassroots, non-formal education, and formal education. And that is the idea of learning. The idea of learning encompasses the notion of a dialogical process that means the conversation between the professor, the students, the environment, the people within the community you're working in. It attempts to destroy certain hierarchy, and it also puts into question what you are learning, how you are learning, and to what end. This can often be very annoying, but it is probably the most vibrant form of really dealing with human rights, because it obliges the learner, both the professors and the people who are part of this process, to look at their own communities and to look at their own lives. Now, it's based on a notion of reflection, of examining our own institutions, examining the structure of the university, because the number of hours a student stays at a university is enormous. And I often think, and many other university professors feel the same way, that actually the university should offer you a place so that you can develop a knowledge of, and a program, a vision of not just what your career is going to be, not just what your status is going to be, but what kind of world do you really want to live in? And who's going to be part of this world that you're living in? So I really suggest that human rights be integrated into many more courses, into many, much more subject matter, and it be applied in a very active way to the field. Part of this is through experiential learning through what is part of one's life, taking those life-lived situations and applying them to what's being learned, creating, again, as I mentioned, that dialogical process, which is the conversation, which is the recognition that through speaking, through discussion, through storytelling of their own life, storytelling in the factual way, are ways to really arrive at understanding who you are as an individual, what the society is confronting you with, and how you want to be an active person of really being of service to the community and taking part in the change that you so imagine the world to be and what it should be. I believe, and I've seen in many places now, how human rights, this notion, the knowledge of human rights, can be integrated into all of the liberal arts, really. At our own university, Jindal Global University, we have courses, not just human rights, but we use through anthropology, through social science research methods, are informed by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It is not imposed, but it's looking at it because the 30 articles create a very good framework for examining most subjects, and also the implementation of the knowledge that's gained by the students in the classroom. I'm going to close because I think that I really want to hear the questions and the discussion we have after the speakers are. But I'm going to quote Eleanor Roosevelt, who was one of the drafters of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And on the 10th of December, I can guarantee you at many organizations and universities, you're going to hear this very famous quote, which she really proclaimed from the heart, and that is, where, after all, do universal human rights begin? In small places close to home, so close and so small they cannot be seen or named on the map of the world. Yet they are the world of the individual person, the neighborhood he lives in, the school or college she attends, the factory, farm, office where she works. Such are the places where every woman, every man, every child seeks equal justice, equal opportunity, equal dignity without discrimination. Unless these rights have meaning there, they have little meaning anywhere else. Without concentrated citizen action to uphold them close to home, we shall look in vain for progress in the larger world. So I'll end by saying the way that you can, you already know, but other students can know their human rights and act upon them is really having them inserted, having them part of the regular curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen, for first of all, keeping the time, but thank you for also reflecting about the more interdisciplinary aspects of human rights, and also how human rights education ought to be mainstream across different curriculum, pedagogy, courses, as well as different modes of learning. And I am grateful to you for making the distinction between education and learning. Now I call upon Professor Ashwini Raman to make her presentation.
For giving me this opportunity, and thank you to South Asia University for inviting me here. This is my first time at your campus, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to visit. My remarks today are part of a larger project that I'm inquiring into at the moment, and I thought when the conference topic came up that it would be relevant. But having heard Kathleen, and trying to keep some kind of synergy between the speakers in the same session, I thought I would take 2 points from what Kathleen said and try and build on that my own set of remarks. And the 2 points that I took from what Kathleen said is, one, what kind of world do we want to live in, she asked. And the second thing that I will take from her is this, the joy of semantics in academic conversation, the distinction between education and learning that Kathleen proposed. And I'd like to extend this analogy to a different set of ideals that are quintessential to the study, to the understanding, to the deliberation on human rights. And the 2 words that I'd like to play with today are freedom and liberty. All my colleagues here, students, professors, etc., you're all distinguished academics. You grapple with these concepts on a daily basis. You teach them in class. In my inquiry into understanding what is the real threat to human rights in this decade, I thought that this distinction would be useful. Of course, this is not original. This is inspired by a conversation that Professor Simon Chesterman came up with in a book that he's written about surveillance. Some of you may have read the book. What I want to talk about today is the emergence of a new kind of pact between human beings that constitute society and the society that's made up of human beings. And that social pact, I argue, has distinctly different dimensions and posits a distinctly different set of questions than the original social pact that created society as we know it today. And the starting point, of course, for this is Leviathan. Many of you have read this. You probably don't need me to stand here explaining it to you, and I don't want to waste the time of the session. We can have questions later. But the digression that I'd like to point out is the digression from a Leviathan-like society where at its base what you were arguing is that there are ways to legitimize a coercive form of government by acting as if that government is the repository of individual rights. Right? That is the kind of world that we want to live in. A world where human beings are accounted for in society, and society is the entity that is accountable for the human beings that constitute the society. But in this conversation that I'd like to start, the 2 words that I've chosen once again are liberty and freedom. And what is the distinction between them? What is liberty? I understand liberty to mean the ability to function in an organized society without compromising your fundamental freedoms, right? And the word freedom also means something similar, except it's at a more individual level. Freedom is the freedom, is the laxity, is the ability to mobilize yourself, your self-interest, and your ambitions, aspirations, entitlements in a structured manner within a society without undue oppression, coercion, etc., as Kathleen mentioned in the quote from Eleanor Roosevelt, without discrimination, with justice, due process, all of that, right? And the problem that I see, and the problem that my inquiry looks at, is how do we reconcile the age of surveillance, which has been, well, I say the decade of surveillance, but it's actually a little longer than that. But in a manner of speaking, how do we reconcile the emergence of the age of surveillance with the fundamental guarantees of the promise of human rights? Raj started the chair started his address with talking about the human rights, the promise and the price, right? Maybe something like that. The promise of human rights and the price that it comes with. And my paper is an articulation of the same thing. The loss of liberty is the price we pay for freedom. That's a statement that I'm using. Now, what do I mean by this new pact? So in 1971, Alan Weston argued very persuasively that a free society should not have to choose between a more rational use of authority and personal privacy. What was he talking about at the time? He was talking about the emerging choices for an economy and a sovereign state that is simultaneously accountable to its citizens for ensuring freedom and liberty in a world where global concerns of legitimate security threats were an acceptable reason for accepting the loss of privacy. And I'd like to give you a set of reasons why, and this can come down to a very informal discussion here. We all know that we fill out forms almost on autopilot mode now when you're ordering something off of the internet, or you're redeeming miles, or you're buying something with your credit card. All of your information is we're transferring information not into a central political authority. This is not the Leviathan structure, but this is going into a far wider range of actors. And so the same kind of information which was personal to you, which is, a series of specifics that defines who you are in the society, it doesn't vest anymore in the Leviathan. It goes everywhere. It goes into the personal, the unregulated private sphere. It goes into multinational corporations. It goes into transnational authorities. It goes across the border. It doesn't remain anymore within this political imagination of the Leviathan. So then what state do we now have to imagine? And of course, nobody has seen a state, right? You and I wouldn't recognize a sovereign state if we met one walking down the street. This is a part of imagination. But I'm suggesting that imagination has evolved. The Leviathan walking down the street no longer responds to the challenges of the security state the way we need it to. So now there is need for something new, some kind of a different understanding of a state. And of course, this is also I'm using old texts, but Foucault had already given us this. Foucault used Bentham's idea of a panopticon. A panopticon is a room like we're in right now, a contained space, a prison, but this is not a prison. I don't suggest that this is a prison, but a contained space with a captive audience, right? Who at all times are being watched, except that they don't know when they're being watched and when they're off the radar, which compels them to act in a manner that is safe to be watched at all times, right? And that's what we have now. When you see a sign saying that you are under closed circuit television camera, you don't necessarily see the closed circuit television camera, right? You see the sign. and something in you responds to what that sign impels. That sign impels that you conduct yourself in the same way that you would have conducted yourself had somebody been watching, right? And this is what, this is the imagination of the new Panopticon Leviathan. The Panopticon Leviathan is not an entity that that can be taken to task for its failure to deliver on the promise of human rights. Because where do you see this entity? This is a disaggregated, globular, global enterprise. And it's disaggregated, which makes it hard to pin it down. Which means then that the trade-off that you've made, by making your privacy, by compromising your privacy, is acceptable to you at some level. Which then brings me to the thesis. And the thesis is that this is a new kind of social contract. This is a new pact between man and society. And this Panopticon Leviathan represents the reasons, the legitimate reasons for accepting loss of privacy. And the two legitimate reasons, as I've told you, one is that there is a legitimate global security concern threat. We stand here in the wake of Paris, Bangkok. This happens around us all the time. We are extraordinarily aware today that this isn't just business as usual for governments. There is a legitimate security threat out there, and we do trust that governments will handle it for us. We're not expecting a non-governmental organization to come and help us get rid of it. We're not expecting individuals to take control of this situation. And the second reason is that it's practical and that we're used to it. The examples that I told you, credit card transactions, miles, what have you, social networking. This is, outside the scope of my imagination even, but I can see that the networks are pretty deep. So these are the two reasons that, individuals opt into the emerging Panopticon Leviathan. And the question that I ask the House today, mainly the students here today, is, does minimizing your digital footprint or choosing to opt out of this new social contract take you a step closer to realizing your human rights? Who then is, in whom are you vesting your privacy, your individual liberties, right? And what is the cost of sacrificing your freedom for the sake of liberty? So those are the questions that I'd like to ask the House, and I'll leave now so that we can have a conversation later. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much. I couldn't help when she said about liberty, recall this extraordinary quote, which I will give you the quote from, not just for students from India, but also from other South Asian countries. It's useful to remember the days that we had passed. It's like a quiz. The quote is, "Liberty is a gift of the law and may by the law be forfeited or abridged," unquote. Right, as Chief Justice Justice Ray in ADM Jabalpur case, which was one of our darkest times of the Supreme Court of India. So in some ways, the issue of liberty and to what extent other things that we do today can encroach upon what we consider as valuable is a subject matter for important debate. And thank you, Rashmi, for raising that. Now I call upon Professor Yukant Goyal to make his presentation.
Thank you so much for having me over. Thank you so much, Professor Tyagi, for inviting me over. Even though I am not a human rights expert, I teach environment in O.P. Jindal Global University. I thought this would be an opportune moment, and which is why I'm very thankful to be here, to try to connect the crucial issues that we, particularly in Delhi, are facing as regards environment, and what lessons will that have, and what bearing does it have or might have on the discourse of human rights. My thoughts are rather unstructured, in a form of an unstructured interview, and so what I'm going to put forth are a series of questions for us to ponder. And these questions have emerged through my experience in teaching my class on environment in the last semester, and we haven't yet got the answers. And so here are some of them. Interestingly, however, I must mention, how many of you have heard of Brown Dog Affair? So Brown Dog Affair, exactly on 10th December 1907, around 40 years before the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted, was a major fight between the police and the medical students in University of London. So if you go there and if you go to Chelsea campus, you will see there is a small statue of a dog on a huge pillar. And the reason was there were two groups divided between whether we should allow for vivisection of animals in the medical laboratories or not. Now, I'm not an animal, I'm not an animal rights per se in the sense of invoking this example. I've been for part of my life quite unapologetically and non-vegetarian. But suffice to say that there are things that we want to consider on the specific day when UDHR was adopted. And my question today is a very simple one, namely, can we profess environmental rights under the aegis of human rights? And the first response that you all, like, you're lawyers, I'm not a lawyer, should be, of course not, because human rights are essentially talking about human beings. Environment rights will not be talking about human beings directly, only indirectly. And let me try to grapple with this specific question a little bit further. In my view, it is not possible to profess environmental rights under the aegis of human rights, and I have few reasons. And in the reasons, I will also try to explore why, in not being able to profess environment rights under human rights, is a problem for human rights itself, and therefore leave it open to consider what should be done then, right? Reason one, should environmental rights, or let's talk about environment specifically, should environment be valuable because of intrinsic reason or because of instrumental reason? So I don't want to cut a tree because it will give me fruits, is one reason you don't want to cut it. Or I don't want to cut a tree because tree has life, which is to be valued exactly like the value of human beings, for example, right? You can extend this argument and say, well, what about amoebas and single cellular organisms which you kill all the time and you eat an antibiotic, right? But let me not go there. If you are not engaging in environmental destruction so that it helps helps human beings or prevents human catastrophe, you are using environmental law or environmental rights instrumentally for the benefit of humankind. Effectively, that's the case. Then Professor Roteley reminds us of a very interesting thought experiment in which he tells you, what if you were the last man on planet, last person on planet, and then you have recourse to all possible living organisms that we have today and all forests, and for some idiosyncratic reason you feel like I want to burn all the forest available. I'm the last person anyway, and I want to kill all these animals who are lurking around because I like to do it. Would you be allowed, would it be moral for a last person to be able to do this? Now imagine yourself to be that last person. If you think no, you would still not do it, that means there is something else going on in your mind and not instrumentality for environment, right? You don't want to cut a tree. When you see a tree being cut, you don't just feel sad because, oh, I'm not going to get a shade now anymore after outside the campus, but you feel sad probably because you just don't like a tree being cut. So then there is some inherent and intrinsic reason, which is exactly the theory behind human rights, that human beings are born with certain inalienable inherent interests which need to be professed, secured, and pushed forth. That is not the idea in which environmental rights emerge. Environmental rights emerge specifically to deal with humankind. So, they call this 3G, third generation human rights. So the first generation would be civil, political, second generation would be socio-economic and cultural rights. And in the third generation, you're talking about rights of the indigenous people, right of human beings to clean air or water. Given that environment is acting as a tool to profess human rights, environment becomes instrumental. So that's one. Second, you see, Stephen Chevelle wrote this brilliant article in early 80s on how does society reduce undesirable activities. Two ways: either they regulate for safety, or they impose a liability for harm. So a truck will not be allowed loaded with gasoline to go inside a tunnel at all, even if the truck driver says it's all safe, because we don't want to incur the cost that we may incur if the truck blasts inside a tunnel. So they regulate it that you just cannot enter. However, if I knock somebody while sort of boarding a bus, let's say in a bus station, on a bus station, there is no regulation to that. There is a liability. If I was negligent, or on the street if I knock down somebody, there is a liability for harm. How does society adopt regulatory procedure to inhibit undesirable activities or liability procedures? It really depends on a bunch of reasons. One of the things is whether there is more knowledge that is available at the level of public prosecutor, so that the liability could be you can actually boil down the liabilities and pin down the person that you are liable for this harm. Second reason is if the costs are too high. Human rights will easily follow the paradigm of liability. So if I think my human rights are being violated, I have the judicial recourse. I can move the court for that, and so therefore these liabilities could be determined. Environment may not be the case. If a forest is burned, it's irreplaceable. You want to stop it even before it happens, and therefore these two again diverge from each other. The third and a very interesting item is something called what we all know as intergenerational equity. We want to protect the environment so that the future generations we don't want the future generations to go through any misery because of us, and therefore we should protect the environment. But note that even Rawls in his book talks about the difficulty of justifying intergenerational equity from any ethical framework. Why should justifiably and ethically, what moral reason do I have to justify creating a good environment for my future generation in any form of ethical construct? And there are people who have discussed about it. Intergenerational equity becomes extremely important in environment, but they can't be justified morally by a unanimous benchmarking scale that yes, you want to take care of the future generation. Well, why? Probably if I was badly treated by my forefathers, what is the reason that I should be treating my grandsons nicely, or why should I believe in a better world? The second problem is a little more philosophically complex, and let me try to explain that a little bit in detail. And this is Derek Parfit who says this. He says that if you change the order of the world today, and if there is a generation which is born tomorrow, the changed order of the world will create a changed generation altogether. With better and a cleaner air, probably you are not going to have the same child born who would have been born when the air was not good, when the couples were conceiving. If that is the case, then the identity of the person who you are trying to change the world mandates that the person who you were trying to change the world for doesn't exist anymore. A new person has emerged. And in that case, why should you be taking care of intergenerational equity at all? So human rights, it's very difficult, but in environment, you can make use of it. And the fourth and the final point as to the problem between, or the friction, the tussle between human rights and environmental rights lies at the way in which environmental litigation, environmental jurisprudence, and human rights jurisprudence have emerged. Let's talk about South Asia for that matter. I mean, Lavanya Rajamani calls the public interest litigation and the judicial activism as some sort of a chemotherapy that is being done by the courts. And she often uses the word of a middle class intellectualism of the court to push forth these legislations in favor of environment, which interestingly comes at the cost of many humans. So the moment if you look at it, if you read the history, essentially the environment legislation, environmental jurisprudence, globally, even in the West, emerged from nuisance laws. When London and Paris were so polluted, they had to develop some sort of a jurisprudence on cleanliness, and so environmental things started. It was not until, by the way, 1969, when a small little photograph of the blue Earth suspended in the darkness was sent by the astronauts, that we realized that we are so lonely and we may want to take care of the environment. There were some seminal articles written in the 60s and 70s which gave rise to this whole environmental jurisprudence and environmental ethics, environmental philosophies in the West. India, or South Asia for that matter, never had to grapple with it. Like, I remember when I was a child and I used to play football a lot. So before, and I don't know how many of you probably follow the same practice, before we would enter the football field, we would touch the ground as if we are touching the feet of an elder, and then go into the field before a match. And I like the weird questions I always had, asked my sports teacher, why do we do this? Like, is it so that the Mother Earth gives us power or whatever to play and win this? He said, no, you're trampling all the grass. You've got to say sorry to it before you go on to do whatever you want to do. Now, this is interesting. This is culturally or traditionally part of the ethic, be it human right or be it environmental rights, are ingrained in many societies. And I'm not trying to go to the idea of the sources of human rights. What I'm trying to say is environmental jurisprudence, environmental ethic, while continuously having been followed in this part of the world for centuries, suddenly got this interesting discontinuity when the Western ideas of environmental ethics started taking place here as well. But the way they did it, again, was in a very instrumental fashion. And this is a moot point that I'm trying to make, that we will consider environment to be instrumental to human cause. And the more we do it, the more we are going to grapple with more and more complex questions. And I'll give you an example. If we are talking about environment as an instrument towards interest of humans, then are we talking about some specific group of humans or all? Because if you're talking about all, let's face it, even environmental protection of a particular group, of a particular kind, will be in interest of some humans and not the others. I mean, indigenous people in India, the tribal population in India, only after 2006 Act, when it was enacted, we know what Godavarman has done. The Godavarman case has literally, Supreme Court is happily saying that the meaning of forest is the dictionary meaning. So anything which is forest by dictionary, people, and then the categories of the British, I don't want to get into the, you would be aware of that, created a huge mess for people who depend on forest for their livelihood. And this is not just limited to tribals. And let me quickly tell you what happened in Delhi itself. So slum eviction in Delhi has taken an entirely new color altogether in the last 20 years. The judgments from the Delhi High Court, The judgments from the Delhi High Court are very telling, and I will read few quotes of how the courts have changed the perception of who these people are who are living in the slums, because they want to take care of the environment. So this is 1980. One of the quotes from I'll send you the judgments if you're interested. The grievous failure of local authorities to provide the basic amenity drives the miserable slum dwellers to ease in the street. The problem is the state, poor people, they can't live nicely. 1990. Problems like public indecency, public immorality, health hazard, etc., which the respondents are statutorily liable to control. The state is the problem. 1996. Problems of Jhuggi Jhoppi clusters and floating population. It is not possible to give the time schedule regarding the cleaning of Delhi. Jhuggi Jhoppi have suddenly now emerged as a problem, which earlier they were not. Earlier the state was a problem, that these people were not having good houses. Environment, because it's instrumental, is actually not in the interest of certain group of people. 2000. Instead of slum clearance, there is slum creation in Delhi. This is verbatim from the court. This in turn gives rise to domestic waste being strewn open in open land. This can best be controlled by preventing the growth of slums. So no more slums, you don't want them. Environment. There is 2002, there is a large-scale encroachment of public land by the person who come from other states. This is the High Court. It is a statutory duty cast upon the civic authorities to remove such encroachments. 2006, one of the last ones that I noted. The encroachment has not been removed, and it is the lackluster approach of the DDA which has resulted in unscrupulous elements to make encroachments on government land. We only observe that on the one hand a citizen has to pay a handsome price for acquiring land, and on the other, unauthorized encroachment and habitat on government land is allowed to go on, which deprives the rights of citizens of Delhi to water, electricity and other civic services. Now this is the problem that we come to. When you treat environment instrumental to human rights, then you are segregating the population, because it will serve the interest of only some people and not the others. So in fact, if you look at environment at its intrinsic value, only then will you be able to streamline both human rights and environmental rights. So, I mean, the Delhi government is doing a lot of things on environment. Thought it would be a good idea to at least, the COP21 is going on. Thank you so much. Thank you, Srinivasa, for being here as well. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Grant, for a really thoughtful presentation. I get worried when non-lawyers talk about judgments and cases, but you did quite admirably, so thank you very much for that. We have a good, almost 20 minutes for the discussion, so I'd like to throw this open for questions and comments. I would suggest that you direct your question to the individual speaker, and my intention is to collect 5 to 6 questions, and I request the speakers to kindly note down so that we will have enough opportunities to respond to that. So we will collect 5 to 6 questions, then have the speakers respond to them. Please.
My first question is...
Please introduce yourself and as well as take the name of the speaker as well, whom you are addressing to.
I am a student of Faculty of Legal Studies, first year in Law. My first question is Professor Kathleen. You discussed about the education, human rights education in universities. There was a lecture in South Asian University, a distinguished lecture given by the Mr. Karansi. He told us about the 4th pillar of the education. It is the learn to do, learn to know, learn to live together, and learn to be. That if you want to be know about the human rights, or if you want to be human, then we should be learn about the human rights. But when it's come to the South Asian context, we have some traditional legal education system and some social barrier and some religious barrier. How we overcome this barrier? This is my question. And the second question to my Professor Rashmi, that you try to create a difference between liberty and freedom, if I don't misunderstand. That my question is, for the better enforcement of human rights, we need to find out the missing link between the liberty and freedom. For libertarian, I know that the word for the freedom. But if we distinguish between two of these concepts, then what is the outcome for the enforcement of human rights in this sense? My third question is, Professor Goyal, you discuss about the judicial rule regarding the environmental law and human rights. But when I read, after coming to South Asian University, when we study to the international law, we find a difficulty. When treaty, all kind of human right and environmental law, when domestic court apply to their domestic level, then they are falling dilemma regarding the standing. So means if a person before the court, what is his standing? Court can promote his standing or not. Second thing, court face the problem regarding the jurisdiction.
Thank you.
Court has jurisdiction or not. Third thing, court face the problem, what is the applicable law? If the domestic law will be applicable, international treaty law will be applicable. This kind of problem, this is our question. Thank you.
We'll have, I think everybody needs a
3 questions we have received as of now. Yes, Ravi Ranjan.
Sir, I'm Ravi Ranjan Sai from LLM Department of Legal Studies, with South Asian University. Sir, my question is with Goyal sir, that he made a lecture focusing over that the link of environmental law is something incidental to human rights. It is not instrumental with this concept of human rights. So I'd like to mention here that if the concept of human rights arises only when there would be human being. So if we are prohibiting the oxygen cycle, the life cannot be accepted. So at the very instance when human being takes birth, there is a link, direct link between environment and human rights. So by virtue of being a human being, you have some inherent rights. That is called human rights. So I think that this is the domain of human rights, that by birth there is a link between human rights and environmental rights.
Thank you. Is there anybody from there?
Anybody else this side? Please.
My name is Usha Kari. Thank you, Gul sir. You really agitated our minds today regarding environment and human rights. And this question has often been raised in my mind also, that why we always think about human rights as connected to us humans, and why we don't think about the rights of other living beings as such, that they also exist as living beings. So I'm really, really happy, sir, that today you raised this matter. And I just want to read one very good quote that I found on the internet. And actually, this is not a question, this is just a comment.
Sure.
It goes on like this. We torture and kill 2 billion sentient living beings every week. 10,000 entire species are wiped out every year because of the actions of one, and we are now facing the 6th mass extinction in cosmological history. If any other organism did this, a biologist would consider them a virus. So this is something which I really wanted to share.
Thank you very much for that comment. Yeah. All right, please.
Thank you all the panelists and Professor Rao for the interesting session. It's a very good continuation to the morning sessions. But my comment probably is a kind of a question to you, is that you rightly pointed out the problem between environment and human rights, but that's one of the issues 10 or 15 years ago when the NCB was filing case after case before the Supreme Court. That led to displacement of many, dislocation of industries from Delhi. And a large number of workers who were working in these industries became jobless. And in fact, they formed an association and fought against NCB judgments. And in fact, we used to go as with them to several places. Pete Seeger came, and I think NCB was also. We all went and protested against that because it's a human rights issue, it's a labor rights issue. Now the question is that, is it, your underlying point is it that the idea of rights itself is fundamentally problematic, which they have really taken. Therefore, the existing understanding of rights framework is incapable of accommodating the environment framework. Is it that point? Or is it that the human rights cannot really address at all in any form of understanding of rights? One is that the present idea of understanding of rights, in whatever the narrow sense. Therefore, the environment cannot be accommodated. Or is it that the present idea is problematic, but this rights idea can be expanded to include environment framework and others? Which one is the problematic area? Is it because of the narrowness of the present rights understanding, or the idea of rights itself is problematic?
Thank you for that question. Is there anybody else? All right, and then we'll go with the speakers, please.
Thank you.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Ramanujan. I'm from Lebanon. I'm pursuing my program from here as a first year student in law. My question is not specific to any of the panelists, but any of them can address my answer. It's my query, like, while we are studying human rights, we can view that there is the third, that there is generational theory. And when we are studying constitutional law, in constitution that has been written that primarily more focus is given to the civil and political rights as a fundamental rights, then the other generation, so-called generation, other generational rights are kept as a progressive realization, which are not justiciable rights, and they are written in the directive principle of the states. So how we can assure the rights of those peoples and those that of the environment and other rights which are enshrined in our constitution as a merely progressive realization of the state?
All right, thank you very much. Now before I come to you, Gang, I'll start with Rashmi. If you want to take 2 minutes,
Sure.
sort of concluding remarks. If there's a question.
I'm okay, I think I'm audible, loud enough.
No, they're recording, so it's important to use the mic.
Thank you for the question. I really enjoyed the term that you used to frame your question. You said that we must find the missing link between liberty and freedom for the enforcement of human rights. And the stage at which I am in this inquiry is pretty preliminary, but with your permission, I will use this in my future paper if I develop this. And I think that, well, to answer your question simply, there is a the missing link is a connecting link. And the connecting link is conditional freedom. So your freedom is not free. It's calibrated by the mechanisms with which you are sold your right to privacy. The mechanisms of your sale go on to color the complexion of your freedom. And so the kind of freedom that you have is conditional freedom. It is conditional because you have nothing to fear if you're innocent. That's the USP of this idea of Big Brother. And Big Brother is a show that was turned into a reality show that was based on this experiment, Panopticon. And so yeah, that's my brief response to you. Thank you for the term missing link.
All right, Kathleen, you can give your concluding set of remarks beyond the question if you have it.
Okay, yes. Okay, first of all, I'd like to address the question of the tension between certain social and cultural practices and the enforcement and realization of human rights. That's an ongoing issue, and that's something that has always provoked a very, I think, fruitful I think
human rights invites such responses.
Yes. Yes, I certainly hope that isn't my concluding remark. But I will say that this kind of discussion over the tension created by, a cultural right, preservation of one's own cultural rights, I think we could do without this, don't you? Preservation of the cultural rights is really getting to the heart of the matter. And it is the question of, culture is not static. The notion that culture is static, that culture cannot change, that certain social prerogatives don't change as the conditions of the world change. The interrogation over the certain rights, especially, we think of the rights of women. How can these change? How can one develop a sense of because without it, the battleground begins. I want to preserve what I think is essential to my culture without being empathetic, without realizing where are those important areas of oppression. I'll give you two very quick statements. In the north of, in the north of Ghana, there's a very important set of rights called widows. They're widows' rights, but they aren't rights at all. It's the oppression of widows. Widows were obliged to disrobe publicly, to throw all their possessions in front of the community, and then the elders, male elders, would decide what her fate was going to be. People in the community, upon really reviewing their human rights, said this is a very oppressive cultural practice. And I'm giving you an extreme. It's a very oppressive cultural practice, and yet others said, yes, but this is really part of the integrity of our culture in the north of the country. It was felt that the urbanism around the bigger cities was dominating and hanging on to the culture, even though it was oppressive to a certain group, would be something that was important. Well, what happened was enough people in the community started examining these rights and felt that it was important enough that these local and cultural rights should be abolished. They brought this up to the local levels of the government. They began to abolish it, and then legally, that's where the law comes in. Legally, it became abolished, and within the community, groups that formed because of this issue, part of civil society, became the watchdog groups. A positive outcome of preservation of culture, of course, is the tremendous work being taken by UNESCO because of the right to one's own culture to preserve languages. Because it's considered that as languages die, indigenous languages, local languages, it's genocide of a culture. So a lot of effort is being made in that area. But I'm just going to answer the idea of progressive realization. I think you're all aware that progressive realization of these social and cultural rights is something that really has entered into the normative language of it. And there are certain benchmarks that are not equal in each society. They're carefully thought out, and this is again where civil society becomes extremely important in being the watchdog and in claiming what is that progressive realization. That's why you have the governments may write very favorable reports saying, legally we've made all these benchmarks. On the other hand, you have the shadow reports. I think you all know what the shadow reports are. And shadow reports are very important because the rapporteur is going to read them. Usually if you get several shadow reports clumped together, then that rapporteur is really going to pay attention to them and see, is this really happening? Is this progressive realization really taking place? And what's going to happen? Of course, there is no legal punitive action, but the phrase coined by Amnesty, name and shame, is very important because after the Commission's hearing, you do not want to be told that you have not progressed with, for example, the rights of women or the right of child labor. That's a really sticky one. But then this enters into dialogue, and I believe that's one of the most important things of human rights is entering into intelligent dialogue so that everyone in a community feels as though they are the owners of human rights.
Thank you so much. 3 minutes.
Yeah, so quickly, thanks for the, I don't know, maybe I'm audible anyway.
No, you need to because they're recording it.
It's okay, I'm not recorded and I'm happier. So, thanks for all your questions. Quick one, so since I'm not a lawyer, maybe I wouldn't be the right person to specifically answer your question on applicability of international law to domestic jurisdiction, even when this has not been ratified, for instance. But an interesting paper for you would be Christopher Jeffrell. This is not Jeffrell Lott, who works on Indian context. He is from University of Connecticut. Recently, just calculated the number of times human rights as a word appears in the constitutions of different countries. And guess what he found? Out of around 200 countries, 140 countries he found that word. So there are still like around 30% of the countries where the word human rights as such doesn't appear. Funnily enough, most of these countries are actually those whose constitutions are younger in a way. But this could be interesting of how different countries, when they create their constitutions, adopt the language of human rights, probably inspired by what's going on internationally, right? I forget your name, but yeah, thanks a lot. Brilliant quote. Just a quick one. One of my childhood inspiration for environment was this interesting piece of information from Bill Bryson's novels. Like you read them in childhood, right? If you compress the total age of the Earth in 12 hours, let's say the Earth was formed at 12 midnight, the first life, single cellular life, emerged at 4 a.m. And nothing happened until 8 to 9 p.m. when multicellular organisms started floating here and there. By around 10 p.m. you had plants and coniferous forests, etc. At around 11 o'clock, you had dinosaurs that stayed there for around 45 minutes. Human beings were born 1 minute, 17 seconds before midnight. So our recorded history is actually a few seconds, maybe our lifetime, an instant. And in that recorded history, in a matter of few seconds of 24 hours, we have wiped out number of species that you mentioned, more than quarter of our world's forests, and happily doing so, only trying to sort of apply these interesting cosmetic. The problem with language is that you can use all kinds of words to make sure the people understand that you are really committed to it. What's going on in COP Paris right now? So yeah, thanks a lot for that. There is somebody asked a question about the humanness of human rights. Well, so I think you asked, yeah, right? That's correct. I mean, human rights are for humans. and started in 1940. The UDHR is 1948, product of 1948. Western world did not know what is environmental ethic and rights until 1960. So obviously this was not factored in. And now we need to, like you mentioned, this progressive realization has to happen. Srinivasa, brilliant question. I myself don't have an answer for that. However, I will mention this. I don't think whether I think the question should be framed differently. I don't see that there is a problem in the idea of rights itself or the way rights are understood. Maybe partly the latter. I think the problem for me personally in terms of environment is twofold. A, the rights. I think the problem is in the idea of universality, and not even universal, reliability. The reliance that we have on human rights for everything. That's where the problem is, and that doesn't work for many things. That will work for specific things. I mean, it hasn't worked for terrorism, for instance. They still don't have a definition of terrorism for that matter. My quick thing at which I'll end and sort of I'll tickle all your imaginations with is the following. Try to run a Google on a tree that owns itself. So in Georgia and US, somebody planted a tree, mid-19th century or something. And then when this guy died, he wrote a deed that the tree and the area around 2.4 square meters of that area belongs to the tree, and he died. Somebody saw the deed, we don't know what happened, nobody has seen the deed after that. A local newspaper published that story, and since then it has become a legend. That piece of land is owned by the tree, right? And now of course the tree is dead, so now they call it the son of the tree that owned itself. The tree that owns itself. Now I know 3 months ago, they filed a case in the Supreme Court on the pollution, and the appellants were 6 months and 12-month-old babies. The parents filed a case on their behalf, right? I can't file a case against a tree that owns itself, for instance. And that's where I want the future imagination to rely on. And then we don't even need to grapple with human rights for that matter. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Yuglank, and I would like to thank all the panelists as well as the participants here. The only thing I would say is that just as human beings are capable of violating human rights, including environmental rights, it is also human beings are probably one of the most extraordinary transformative forces that could change things around. And I think human ability to change and transform and reinvent is probably one of our hopes on the basis of which I would like to leave this Human Rights Day seminar. So once again, I would like to thank Professor Yogesh Tyagi, the Faculty of Legal Studies and the South Asian University for inviting us, for having, I have to say that I don't remember last when I was there fully present for the entire seminar. So I'm very grateful to Professor Tyagi for giving me this opportunity to not to do administration at Sonipat, but to engage and think and reflect about some of the more important issues that I deeply care about. So thank you to all of you. Thanks.
It is likewise. We are equally thankful to you, and we pay our vote of thanks, though it is customary. But from the core of my heart, as a faculty of legal studies, headed by such a great academic leadership as Professor Yogesh Tyagi sir has been providing us. So we are equally thankful to all of you. And sir, I invite you to come over here and to do the honors to Honorable Vice Chancellor of Edinburgh University.
We have reached the most exciting stage of today's seminar, that is to propose a hearty vote of thanks and also to say a few things about the event of today and also about the participants, mainly the speakers. This is wonderful demonstration of institutional cooperation without having any memorandum of understanding. You could see that three brilliant speakers led by an outstanding academics. They have spent a whole day with this institution. That shows enormous generosity, tremendous amount of affection for us, and most important, their commitment to the cause of human rights. I have not seen any Vice Chancellor in any part of the world who has time to spend whole day on discussing human rights. Please give a big hand. To Professor Rajkumar. I said similar things in the morning, and I will repeat them in a different language now. The students and faculty of this university, including myself, have been witness to an extraordinary intellectual engagement presided over by a person who has created history and who has provoked and inspired the people in different parts of the world by sending a message that legal education can be taken to a different level. That is what Professor Rajkumar has done. There is a lot to say about what he has done. I think at some point of time somebody will write history of evolution of legal education in India, and then certain things that are not known will come to be known to the people. I know a lot about certain part of that history because many trips we had planned together. It is unbelievable that an unthinkable has been accomplished in a short period of time by Professor Rajkumar if you visit what he has done in Sonipat. And the secret of that is demonstrated today. That is strong commitment to academics in spite of having all other commitments. Some of my distinguished friends in this university did not have as much enthusiasm to spend the whole day here as he had. Everybody is a busy person. You ask anyone, he or she is busy. But when you are busy, out of that comes a reflection of where you want to be more busy. And this is what Professor Rajkumar has proved today by his gracious presence. If you look at the literature in certain fields, his contribution is pioneering. Corruption and human rights. First work on the subject. That was his doctoral work also. But more important, the passion with which he did that work. And it was his inspiration that the National Human Rights Commission was awakened and took up it as one of its agenda items. It's a different story that they had forgotten it quite soon. But he was the one who inspired National Human Rights Commission to take up corruption as a consideration in discussing human rights. One more area where his work is pioneering, and again, not many people have taken cognizance of that, but I am aware of it because I have seen that work coming up, is looking at the concept of economic, social and cultural rights from a different angle. People treat corruption as a problem of governance. He treats problem of corruption as an impediment in the realization of economic, social and cultural rights. A very refreshing thought that is part of literature, and some of you would like to read it at some point of time. Besides these two, there are quite a few other areas his work is excellent. But the most important work that is known to all is what is not read out by my colleague Dr. Nafis Ahmad in his short introduction of a long CV of Professor Rajkumar. Professor Rajkumar in India is not known for his Harvard background or Oxford background. He is known, and rightly, as an institution builder. And I'm very proud of the fact that he is with us, and please compliment him for his extraordinary contribution in the field of promotion of legal education. I would like to invite again the South Asian community to come forward and to felicitate my friend and our friend, Professor Rajkumar in the similar fashion as we did
Give
for
him
Professor K.K. Oman.
a standing ovation.
And please give him the standing ovation. Again, the friends from Afghanistan, from Nepal, from Sri Lanka, and other Bangladesh, please come forward.
Yeah, everybody is
And
here.
yeah, they are here. Wonderful.
Yes.
Well, can you bring? Yeah.
Sir.
And one should come forward to garland him.
Yeah, he's coming. Yeah, the queue line.
There is one more thing that is reserved for him.
Yeah, from Afghanistan.
The bouquets are not for him. For him only one. I would like to ask my students to present bouquets to each one of the speakers of this afternoon. We appreciate your contribution. Please.
Come here. From Afghanistan. He's
I hope that the day was spent quite fruitful, and all of you deserve special appreciation, particularly Mr. Ramchandran. My dear colleagues who have been here also, and our very enlightening student community who asked very good questions.
wonderful audience.
And participate in discussions, and all other guests who have come from different parts of the city. And we will cherish this great achievement of yours that you have made through successfully organizing this seminar since morning. Every part of it is a result of his extremely constructive contribution. And one person, I can share a secret with you, when I need something that needs to be done, I think of him and it is done. You want to believe it? That this session was organized in 5 minutes. Originally we did not have planned to have afternoon session, but when we met, we thought that we should invite more people, and then within 5 minutes the whole thing was done. And then it goes to his very sincere commitment to academics and to the cause of human rights. Raji, very nice of you. Thank you so much.
Sir has been a great source of inspiration for me and many generations of students, so it's my proud privilege that I have mentors like him, and I'm grateful to him for this. But as he rightly mentioned that we have conceived many conversations in Hong Kong and other parts of the world about the idea of our university, and whenever I meet him, I reflect and think about those days, and it's wonderful to be back again here. So thank you so much.
Thank you all.